15 games, take a break.
No.
Me and you did the last time. Remember that?
Yeah, you shot all the way through.
3 hours. And that is not normal for me, but I take water pills.
Yeah.
I guess I eat a salty meal or something before I come, and it's like, oh my God. I got about 5 miles down the road. I told my wife, I'm like,
Test.
No, it's not.
It's what?
Not a bit.
All good?
There you go. Now you're up.
Now we're good.
Hey, guys.
Oh, what?
It's yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
It's
It is.
It's Hey, Michael. How's it going?
Well, John, how are you?
Pretty good. Let's go.
Looks like we have,
For some reason, our camera is looking a little smaller.
What?
Our friend camera.
Oh.
Let's see. Let's move. Sorry, guys. If I can drift it over just a little.
It gets drifty around here. Things drift.
A little cord. How's it going, Michael?
Well, Kevin, are you in the chat with us? Can you hear us? Let us know if you can hear us. If you can't hear us, don't say anything.
Should be able to hear us. Unless that's an old joke. What are we drinking tonight?
Oh, I don't know, nothing right now.
There is your lava golden.
This might be some of the
In case you guys don't know, lava golden. If you have a case, send it to Michael. You
Yes.
have a case.
or just a nice bottle. Or it's interesting. The subtitles does not know how to type Lagavulin.
Lava-golden.
Yes, it does not.
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of curious if anybody in the chat knows how to type it without googling it. Without googling it first.
It's a little robotic.
If you Google it, it's a little bit cheating.
Refresh. Yvette can hear me. That's all I care. As long as Yvette can hear me. Even though Yvette seems to share the last name of one of our players.
I wonder if they're related.
What a coincidence.
Winky dinky.
So guys out there, anybody you guys don't know any of the players? Any Chris, Jamey, or Chris Towe? Is it Chris Towe? Chris Towe. Is any of them you guys don't know? Or have any comments about them before we get going?
Me up. I like that name. Me up.
Me up. Kevin, Kevin is a world traveler. He plays with every pool player there. Oh, you just did the thingy. Man, camera is very important right now.
Correct. Very important out there.
Just trying to get me a little closer is all it is. What's up with the peeps, Ray? All the peeps.
Both.
Yeah, I'm actually expecting a pretty good match. Chris?
Yeah, this
Chris Towe is the only one I don't really know, so he's the wild card for me.
Watch him shoot, though. He shoots pretty good.
Does he
He
shoot
looks
well?
like he shoots on fire with everybody, so.
Okay. But it is it's interesting that we have Chris Delee playing amongst us. I don't know if you know Chris that well, Chris Delee.
I think I've met him a couple of times, but not much.
Yeah. He could make for an interesting night, maybe. We'll see how it goes. Of course, Jamey Dyer is a staple around here.
Yeah, Benny's been here quite a few times. Benny's been here a few times, too. Both of them have played other people besides them, too. All right, so Before we get started, I do have a question. What do you feel about doing just a podcast, or just a short podcast, talk,
Sounds like a great idea. You
air out some stuff?
find out a good guest.
I found a good guest. His name is Michael Rollator. He's been playing for a really long time. I
don't think that's the guest you want.
think that's a good guest.
Actually,
I don't know.
Interesting. That would actually is a good, interesting question for the chat. It's like, you guys in chat, anybody you know that you would be interested in watching a podcast, get their opinions, get their insights that you know? Somebody local, somebody regional, anybody.
I think.
Anybody within, obviously within, don't say shame and boning because, I probably could get him, but, just assume that he's busy right now,
Let's
So someone that would be practical.
offer him enough money to come around.
But, yeah, practically speaking, who out there could you guys think of that would be an interesting podcast? It's actually probably a better question later.
Just for like a first episode though, just a gauge of everything, Like how many of you guys would like to see Michael Rollator give us his opinion on Twitter and stuff like that, instead of just the opinion on the game, because it's different.
Leading the witness.
Let him have a little free reign to talk about whatever he wants to. We'll give him.
I feel like
put a booze.
I feel like we do a podcast every time we do commentary anyway, because it's so fun.
Just about.
Yeah. So you could just splice all those eggs together into an hour segment, and you could have your own podcast.
I think it's pretty close. Yeah. Oh, here's lag.
Oh, we are lagging. We were starting.
Say Jamey's got the lag, unless they're not counting rail touches. Yep.
No,
Jamie's got the lag.
Yeah, rail touches are fine.
No. Some places don't.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Real? I've never heard that.
Some places allow you. It's as close as you can get to the rail without touching it.
Oh, wow. Because when I learned about the lag, and this is might be some inside information that we're not supposed to share, but if you are visualizing the lag, you should visualize the lag going almost to the end of the physical rail, so about 3 inches past the cushion.
Okay, yeah.
And then at that point, the margin of error gets you right where you want to be for the most time.
When I learned about lagging, I was really young. Actually, I was probably 10, maybe like 9. So, but that was how they did it.
Did they use ivory balls back then, or
no?
Oh.
I'm not that old.
Oh, sorry.
But they definitely I think that they at the time, the people that I played with, I think they kind of got it from the idea of playing quarters, which was kind of an older school gambling game for any of the older people out there. Because I'm sure if any younger people are in the chat, they don't know about quarters. No, you might, maybe. It's where you put like a piece of line on the ground, and then you just thump a quarter at it. Whoever gets closest to the line wins. Or you can do it with a wall. But if you touch the wall, then you're disqualified.
It's disqualified.
Yeah, so I think that's where they kind of got it from.
Yeah, maybe. That could be. I mean, that would make sense.
I mean, you got to think back.
Yeah, the push to start off this match.
It's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
that's not a bad spot to be at, really.
Well, no, and what he did was he took the 10 out of play from an early combination.
That's a good point.
Coming on the long rail, there's so many possible banks going into the 10 if you're stuff. So it's kind of smart to start it off to keep it a little bit in control of the game. It's like, Benny, is this make any assumptions yet? Benny shooting.
UPA junkies. I guess that's where everybody's from. There's another Chris in the chat too. Should be a great match. All great players.
Yeah, we have tons of Chris's around here.
Catching up on the comments.
John doing what John does best.
Yeah, catching up on comments.
Catching up on comments. That's what he does.
That's what I'm here for.
No comment left behind.
No. Correct.
All right, so we're having a little discussion, got a little meeting. By the way, do you know any of the if they have specialized rules for today?
The only specialized rule I think that they agreed on that's outside of the normal 10-ball rules is the 10 does count on the break if it's not in the bottom 2 pockets.
That's odd.
I think that was the only specialized rule.
Okay, that's kind of an odd rule because typically in 10-ball, it won't count on the break anyway.
Yeah,
There's no 3-foul apparently. So.
Oh yeah, no 3-foul.
So, but I guess they're allowing for faster games. But it's so rare to make the 10 on the break, and I don't think it's it's extreme. I think it is extremely rare to even make it the bottom two.
That
Because you
was, yeah. I think that was,
You don't have the same issue you do with the 9-ball rack or the triangle rack. If the back balls are not touching you, it leads to a 9-ball just taking off towards the pocket.
yeah, I think you're right. That's pretty rare to actually see that ball go in any further off the break.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be any kind of consequential rule. No, 3 foul is pretty consequential, though.
Yeah, especially in 10 ball, because 10 ball's where you see more 3 fouls. You don't really see them in
You
9
have
ball
more,
as much.
you have better chance for clusters, and so you need to deal with situations like that.
Where do you break from when you play 10 ball?
I'm usually
Option.
between the first diamond and the first 2 diamonds, the middle diamond and the first diamond.
Jamie's going to take it.
I usually like breaking typically in that area on the head string.
Okay, yeah.
Because you want to be as close to the 1 ball as you can be, because the closer you are, the more accurate you will be at hitting it, and it doesn't take as much time to get there. I mean, it's like anything else. The farther, excuse me, I've got a little cough going on. The farther you are from any shot, the harder it is to be precise with where you're hitting it. You always want to hit that ball. If you're doing a straight on ball, you want to hit it so that the cue ball just sits in the middle of the table. Unless you decide to go for a cut break. So yeah, you want to be as close to the head ball as you can be.
Here's a silly question. What's your thoughts on breaking in the box? Like when tournaments set up a box that you have to break within the limits of.
What do I think as far as
do you think that's good for the tournament when they do that?
Honestly, I don't think it makes that big of a difference. At 9 ball, it does make a difference because you're reducing the wing ball going in.
Yeah.
But I don't think at the high level it really. No, the players are not. Are the players mic'd at all? I don't think.
No, there's no mics on the players at all.
Excuse me.
We can give you guys a little bit of full ball action if you want. You guys can hear them a little bit. We had it turned up because we did a ring game last week, so it was pretty far up, and I turned it off.
Yeah, you'll get some. You might be able to hear them talking a little bit.
Yeah, you'll hear them talking a little bit now.
You hear the sound of the balls clanking with each other.
Say.
Oh. So to your question. If I feel the break, yeah. So I think at the super high levels, I mean, especially when you have people like Corey Deuel, who's just going to spend all his money and figuring out exploitations of them, and I don't think it makes as big of a difference at the super high level. Now, at a lower level, then yeah, I think it would make a drastic difference.
Nisi's asking what a cluster is.
Just meaning a group of balls being together so that it makes the run out more difficult. So you may have to break out the cluster of balls, but it also allows for more safety opportunities. You have 3 or 4 balls together. That's a big group of balls to try to get the cue ball behind to prevent them from being able to hit the ball or even kick at it easily. So anytime you add balls to the table, you're going to have more opportunities to have balls that are on top of each other.
Well, that looks pretty safe.
That is a pretty good safety. Yes, it was.
I think he was trying to make the 10 too.
I don't. Well, yeah, he may have been. That might have been a 2-way shot.
He had definitely like a lot of draw on that.
Yeah, he was definitely more concerned about concerning the cue ball than being the 10. At some point, we're gonna get some lapel mics on some players.
I think we ordered some this week. Actually, yeah, I think we ordered 3.
Well, Scotch Doubles the one person would just be out.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll figure out.
Maybe they don't like talking.
Maybe we'll find the most annoying person and not get.
I would go left-hand leaning. Yeah, right there. Just go into
We just gotta find 2 players that love to talk the entire time. Put them up.
So I wonder if these players appreciate how long a race of 25 10-ball doubles is. It's going to be a long night, folks.
So I talked to them before the match. They think it's going to be pretty short.
It's pretty short. 6 hours?
No, they think it's going to be within like the 3 to 4 hour range.
I'll take the over.
That's what I said. I think it's going to be around 5.
Yeah, that's the issue. So right now is a good indication on why it's going to take so long. because they don't take into account the fact that there's going to be a lot of communication between the players. Now, if you had, certain rules like the BCA timeout rules or no timeouts, then yeah, that would speed things up. But I mean, you could just see how long. I wish we had a clock. See how long this particular shot is going to take because of the communications. Which I don't have a problem with them communicating and trying to figure out what they want to do.
This one does seem a little interesting.
It's going to, it's definitely going to make the total match a little longer because 25 and the flag, obviously with Scotch Doubles, you're just not going to get on that same, especially if you have fast rhythm players, they're not going to be able to get on that same fast rhythm that you're used to.
Oh, no, definitely not.
That's not a bad shot, though. I like the idea of setting up for the side, and all you got to do is stop it for the 7.
It's not a bad shot. The 4-ball hit the nipple going in. So kind of gave it a little bit of, oh shit.
Yeah. I mean, even though if he stopped it, it would be a stretch for the oncoming player. This is kind of a weird angle. Now you have to play the 8 in the corner.
I like playing the 8 in the corner, actually. I mean, you can play it in the side if you really want to. I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, you have to leave an angle now. That's a good shot.
Yeah, see?
That's enough of an angle. You have to just be delicate, because if you overhit that, get straight in, or if you're going to the other side, then it's going to make it that much more difficult to get on the 9 ball. But they played it with a good speed. This should be just a stun over. He had a little bit of draw, which killed the ball. And
yeah, I don't think he meant to do that. Maybe it's a little straighter than what we could see on here, though.
It may be, but, I mean, he's got a big angle now, so he's going to have to make a decision. He's going to have to... I don't even think you can hold this. I think you'll have to draw it underneath the 10. Or at least go around the 10. But
yeah.
if you go around the 10... Okay.
Yeah,
you try to go around it.
So it kind of worked out.
And hit it square and came out smelling pretty good on that shot.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could have gone wrong there.
Yeah.
Hit it on the wrong side of the 10, you go scratch.
Especially at that speed. If it doesn't hit the 10, I think the cue ball is at the end rail. On the wrong part of the end rail. That would have been a little tougher to deal with. Maybe he meant to go into the 10. Oh.
No. That's a little bit of jitters for you.
Yeah, that might have been a little jitters. Jamey, set up and shoots it right in the hole. And that will allow first ball. Looks like they're playing ranking your own. Rank your partner. Which is one thing, of course, I do like. Looks like, I don't know if they're doing it on purpose, but from this rack, it looks like they are doing actual 10-ball rolls where the 2 and 3 are in the corner. See that?
David Moore, if anyone wants to have a 2-man tournament, DM me some fair games.
Mm-hmm. David always looking for nice tournament play. He likes small draw tournaments.
Wouldn't be one mostly.
Yes. And tournaments.
Yeah, weird. I didn't realize, I don't think it's actually considered gambling when it's 2 people playing against each other in Georgia. Some states it is.
Yeah, I don't really know. I think if I had to guess, I would say that it's not legal. But it's going to certainly depend on the prosecutor and the jury at that point.
So I've been reading about this. It is legal. What's not legal is people on the side betting on your game.
Right.
So it's legal for you to bet on yourself against somebody.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody's betting on the side where they have no control, that is the definition of gambling. And, if you're going to have a law preventing gambling, then that's pretty standard definition of gambling. If you're betting on a result of an action which you have no control over, then that is gambling. I mean, that's the definition of gambling. So yeah, I mean, people betting against each other should not be, but at the same time, you make the argument that people playing poker against each other is the same thing. Why was that considered illegal?
That one is a little bit different.
So,
Ooh, you like the safety
know.
here?
and then it's a question of if is it a skilled game, is it a luck game? It's like, well,
It's a love game.
it's both. Poker and pool are both skill and luck.
Oh, that's the 5-ball, huh?
A little bit thick.
Long shot tripped him up just a little.
Yeah, a little bit thick on it. Might have hit the wrong side of the balls just a little bit.
I'll be right back, guys.
Mr. King George in the house, rooting for Jamey and Chris to win. Might just have to go with Team Benny and Team Jamey just because there's so many Chris's. Just taking a break for a second. We watch Chris Delee walk around the table, trying to figure out what he would like to do. Sizing the table and see what he likes here. He's trying to figure out if he wants to play safe. I like the safe, actually. Where you can draw into the rail and put the cube on the end rail. Get it tied up at the bottom all the other. Looks like he might be playing the combo here, though. He does try to play the combo. He is not going to get away with it.
Yeah. Looks like the 5-ball's in kind of a hard spot to get back on the 6. Gotta go back and forth. I'm not think you can hold it.
I think, well, I don't know if the fact he's stretching means that you probably may want to try to hold it. That way you're not trying to Yeah, he's going to try to hold it.
That was so hard to hold that.
Actually, he would have been fine. He overcut that ball.
He did overcut it.
He overcut it a lot. So if he had hit it more fat, he would have probably been okay.
I think he would have still had a pretty strong angle in the 6, though.
Yeah, no, it would have been a tough angle.
Yeah.
But I think the 6 is far enough past the pocket that it's not going to scratch.
See, on shots like that, I just think going back and forth on the table is just a much easier, safer option.
I think you're right. I just think the fact that he was stretched, when you're stretching that far and you don't use either an extension or the bridge, any kind of extra stroke you put into it may draw it off enough that you would really miss it.
That is true.
So your accuracy is going to go way down. I mean, you can see how much his accuracy went down just by hitting it soft.
I think you're, well, yeah, but like when you're trying to, he might have been trying to put like maybe like a little bit of left spin on or something like that to kill it. And that might have actually thrown more because he hit soft.
You're right.
So it's like,
he may have thrown it. He may have turned it out of the pocket, which, if that's the case, it still means he hit it too thin.
Yeah. It's definitely still hit it too thin.
Yeah. Yeah, David Moore, just letting you know, he's just a tournament player now. He has no desire to do any kind of gambling, but he will be more than happy to play some tournament games. He would, calling out his buddy Adam out, we all know, if he'd like to.
Jesse Holman said, "Tell everyone I said hello."
I think David likes to play some higher end tournaments, though. He's known for playing, nice, good, strong buy-in tournaments. You would like to.
Strong.
Yeah. David is not a $2 tournament player. He likes to play higher amounts of tournaments.
On a real note, though, what do you think about $5 tournaments? Or like an actual tournament? Because I've played in some, they drive me insane.
I haven't seen one in probably 10 years.
Really? That long?
I think so. I mean, because they used to be normal around here at bars, where you would have a race to 2 8-ball and one game loser side 8-ball, or race to 3 on the 9-ball and race to 2 on the loser side. They have $5 tournaments at bars.
Yeah.
And, I think one thing that kind of hurts it is, well, in my experience, a few things hurts it. Sometimes you just have that one player that just keeps winning it every week, and then people just get fed up and quit.
And then they don't let that player play. If you win it twice in a row, you're out, bro.
Yeah, they'll do that. They had rules like that. If you win twice in a row, you have to take a week off or 2 weeks off. And then what you get is a rotation of 3 different strong players that would come in during the rotations. And so it didn't really solve anything other than just distribute 2 other players that people didn't want. And then that, and the fact that I've seen tournament directors that would have some, unique rules, sort of to help themselves along. I played a tournament somewhere, and I don't want to call out who it was, but he had a special rule that the 8-ball had to go clean.
Huh?
The 8-ball has to be pocketed clean in the pocket you called. And so, of course, what he would do is try to push a ball in front of the pocket so that you couldn't make the 8-ball clean. He did that to me one time, and he didn't. He probably blocked about a third of the pocket and left me 2/3 of the pocket, and then I just fired it in. I called it, and he goes, you gotta call. He made a big deal about it. Just get my head fired in there, just as fast as I could. Nothing but pocket. He was rather upset.
Why was he upset?
I don't know, but I was gonna let him know if it hit it, he would know it hit it. And so, yeah.
You can't say that it was not clean.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I like about the idea of $5 tournaments, because the idea is that it's not really worth the good players' time to play in it. They're not going to make enough money to make it worth their time. They could easily get an action that's a lot better and a lot easier. I mean, not as easy, but you can make a lot more money.
Even bad players, though, not really worth their time most of the time. It's like, I win, I think I've won maybe $60 or something.
Yeah, exactly.
$5 tournament. It's like the most I've ever won.
Yeah, you're going to win, anywhere from $40 to $60, depending if the house that matches at all.
No, they don't match.
There would be some places that would match.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
It would last for a little while because the idea is if people came in and bought a sandwich or bought a beer, then it's worth matching. But, pool players have a tendency of not really spending a lot of money.
I think if it was maybe like a race to 4 and then a race to 2, maybe it might be worth it. Yeah. Matching it, but you got to keep people in there a little bit longer. But the 2-1 race is just... Oh. The 2-1 race is brutal, actually, because somebody runs the table.
Well, that's the thing.
It's like, okay,
and nobody has to like it. You could be a world champion and not have to like that tournament set.
Yeah,
one person just catches a gear. I mean, I just played somebody who is a really low Fargo and just made the great run out, won the game. That's all it takes. Win far.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy watching all 4 of y'all play.
Jesse saying hello. Saying he'd like to play a little 9-ball action if you mine's up for it.
It's going to stop it right there. Play the 7 and kind of come over.
I think David might be up for it.
Maybe back it up.
He's going to go through around these.
We'll miss it.
Oh,
it's a good idea though.
Jamey is
because it gives you a good angle on the 7 to get.
Well,
to the
yeah.
end, so.
Yeah, I think Jamey he's got to calibrate a little bit. His calibration's off just a little bit right now. Just need to settle down. Focus a little bit more on the stroke mechanics. Make sure he's doing all that right. Because it looks like he's trying to go in autopilot mode, which we all love autopilot mode. But
Autopilot's good.
if autopilot's not, isn't quite ready to be autopilot, then you're going to get yourself in trouble. Oh, it is 1-1, by the way.
Bobby Joe Miller.
Somebody's got to keep up.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Bobby. We're actually not down there with the players. We're actually in a booth that's separated from where the players are.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have to text him.
All right.
Good shot.
We should
Still cuttable.
We should still find a way of putting the chat on the screen out there.
We could put the chat on the screen, most
Yeah.
likely. I mean,
Yeah.
we would just have. I mean, it wouldn't really be that big of a deal.
No, I don't think so.
It might be a little distracting for some people, though.
Well, I mean, they don't have to look at it.
It's true. It's hard not to look at it when it's on the wall, though.
Well, that's true. And maybe it's something we could just ask players if they want to chat up or not.
Yeah.
Because like this
Put it
group
up.
looks like a pretty relaxed group. I don't think it'll bother any of these guys.
I don't know, man. They're here for the fucking win.
No, they're here to win, but I think they're also. Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like Chris Delee, shoot, he might play better knowing he's got the crowd there talking about him. He'll get all excited. If you guys know Chris Delee, well, you know what I'm talking about. Imagine, Bobby Joe Hale.
That's a good
knowing
idea.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
Ooh, he just did not hit it hard enough. That was a good idea. I like that safety.
Mm-hmm.
Because it would have came right in behind the 9. Just need a little bit more power.
You want to talk about the table?
The table? Table is a Centurion. It's a 9-foot Brunswick Centurion, and it has 5-inch pockets. We get all kind of players on the stream, but I'll let you know, table's a little more unforgiving than most people realize, and a lot of people think that 5-inch pockets are going to play like Hazzy 5-inch pockets.
I would say the rails do play a little softer than, say, like a Gold Crown. So the pockets are a little bit more forgiving than, say, a Gold Crown. But they're not as forgiving as the old Gandys. If you ever played on the old Gandys, those things would be extremely forgiving. It's not quite that forgiving.
Well, I did. We had the original rails replaced, so the rails on here are actually a brand that's called like Super Bounce. I have a friend who's a pool table mechanic, I guess, and he helped me get the right kind of rails and stuff for it.
He is calibrating, and he is point now.
That was a little bit of a forgiving shot, though.
Yeah, he did cheat the right side.
Yeah, it looked like it touched just a little.
But it did fall.
Did fall. So that was the important part.
Yeah, but I mean, shots like that are fine. I mean, he hit the inside facing. He hit the bottom of the inside facing, so those balls are supposed to fall on every table. But yeah, at 10, I mean, it's at 5-inch pockets. If you're used to diamonds, then yeah, they're gonna look absolutely huge.
Depends on the 9-foot diamond. Some 9-foot diamonds are tight.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. But 9-foot diamonds typically have 4.5 inch pockets.
Yeah, 4.5.
So they're going to, and they will play a little tighter than these pockets do.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the 9-foot diamonds I play on normally have smaller than 4.5 inch. But most of the time I ask for the tight table when I go.
Yeah.
The places that have a 9-foot diamond.
Yeah, most of them, if they're tighter, will be 4.25. Once in a while, you'll see a 4.125.
Yeah, there was a 4.125 in a place I was at in Florida.
Yeah. And then occasionally you'll get some degenerates who will special order a table at 4-inch or slightly under 4-inch. You know, like Tara had.
That was a good table. I like that table. I think Q's has ones that's like 4.125 or 4, right?
Q's Marietta?
Yeah, they have one that's full tight.
I think it's right at 4. Or maybe the Gold Crown's at 4 and the diamond is 4.125. I can't remember which. I know the the tables at Q's and Mr. Q's 2 and Champagne Tucker Road, they're 4.125.
Is that 4.125? I thought that was 4.25.
No, those two are 4.125.
know.
You can tell. And it is amazing how, if you guys don't play on it, if you play on the diamonds, the 4.25 and 4.125, you can tell the difference.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when you play, it doesn't seem like an eighth of an inch is that big of a difference, but it really is.
Oh yeah, that makes
you
a
can
big
definitely
difference.
tell.
Once your body kind of gets used to it, I think it kind of figures it out for me.
Well, yeah, if you
I saw a Valley that was for sale on Facebook Marketplace that had like 3 3/4 inch pockets on a Valley.
okay,
That was an interesting sell.
yeah. I wonder if you sold it.
I don't know. I think it probably was sold because it was on there like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago. It was an interesting table to see on Marketplace though.
Chris is intervening on the ball in hand here by Benny. He's asking to
Play it safe.
I just say so that the only reason I can see to play it safe is to send the cue ball to the 10 to break it out while still being safe, so you're opening up the cluster a little bit. I don't really understand the idea of why you would just play this.
Yeah, because the 6 is kind of there for a good breakout.
Okay, well, that is not what I had on.
I guess he was trying to kick. He was trying to hit the 9-ball full, so the 2 would stop on the other side, I guess. Send the 10 close to the pocket.
That's a pretty. That's
Ball.
a lot.
I think it's interesting.
It's a lot of moving parts to try to control there, though. You got to hit that ball perfect. That's maybe if your partner is named Tony Chohan, you might have a pretty good safety coming out of it. For mere mortals, that is I think you're asking a lot.
I think it's a good idea, though. Like, it's a
an
legit idea.
It's an interesting idea for sure. But man, that is early on doubles. That's asking a lot. You got Jamey here climbing a mountain. Get this ball in.
Most.
That is actually an issue I've been having lately. Playing. Notice anytime I've been jacked up, I have been hitting balls way too fat every time. I've got to figure out what's going on with that. See if it's just my stance is my head's not looking what I think it is.
Do you think you're hitting off of center?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that my cue is going out of line. I think cue is still going straight to the line. I think my brain is not seeing the line right or something. Like I said, maybe my head's not over the line properly, so it's not lined up the way I think it is. But yeah, it's something I'm going to be working on here next. But it is it's cost me quite a few games lately. So
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, jacked up shots. There's definitely an art to playing jacked up shots.
right.
Yeah, it's a different kind of shot. It's like rails. Yeah,
Right.
There's an art to playing off rails. People don't realize it.
And it's like any other discipline. You got to you just have to shoot it, practice it, train your brain to. Well, that was a little thin off of that ball.
I don't think he touched the 6. I think that might have been all air.
See what the players say.
See.
I mean, once again, we are not referees. Well, we're not here to make calls unless they specifically ask.
Oh, it looks like he's about to shoot it.
I think they're having a discussion right now whether they did it or not.
Didn't look like that.
It
From here.
From here it didn't, but you know we're going off of the cameras. So, by the way, you guys in
They
chat,
could go on the phone and rewind it to.
you guys in chat, feel free to join along in the conversation. What do you guys think? Does that look good to you, or can you know more about it than we could? But they are shooting it, so
Must
I
have
guess-
touched it.
yeah. And they may be playing by the rules of, hey, the shooter says it was a good hit, so it's a good hit. So, I'm assuming it's a good hit.
That was thinner than my receding hairline.
I'm going to take a look at. Yeah, it was hard to tell, but it didn't seem like it had any kind of movement. So that is a really tough safety too. So once again, you're sort of digging down on the ball, trying to stun and hold it. Good morning, Jim. Welcome to the stream. By the way, Glenn, I did want to say after answering it, thanks for hanging out with us, getting in chat with us. I talked to Glenn a few weeks ago.
Oh, cool.
Encouraged him to get in the chat. So I'm glad to see you joining in on the little party here.
Yeah, it's not about chat. It gets full sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's slow.
And it's,
Last week it was kind of slow. I don't know if we'll do another ring game.
yeah, yeah. Our commentary definitely improves as there's more chat.
More alcohol.
Well, that might improve too. Or disintegrate into madness.
Or is it like pool where you think the alcohol's helping you?
Yeah.
It just made it worse.
You're just like realizing how bad you're missing. How
Nah, guys, I'm getting better. I'm just smacking it. It's going some hole.
definitely kind of adds to your imagination. Your, come up with interesting shots. I'm not sure what Chris was the idea there.
I like this shot right here. Just kind of stun it off the rail. Let it slide over for the 8-ball. You want to be on the right side of the 8-ball, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fine shot. You actually have the option of either trying to just do a really short draw stroke to draw it back. You know, still leave an angle, or you can go up and down, but you don't want to be on the other side. I don't think you want to be on that side, do you?
Oh, I don't think he meant to be on that side. I'm pretty sure he tried to draw that back.
I would hope so. Well, the good thing about this shot is if you're going to go for it, all you got to do is make it.
He looked like he kind of rushed that a little bit.
I mean, the cue is on the rail. And it is sitting on top of the rail. Matter of fact, through the camera, it looks like it's going through the rail.
Well, looks like he's got a good angle though to, get on the 10 pretty
Yeah,
easily.
I mean, that's what I
That's
said.
good.
You aim to make this. All you do is make this 9-ball. Oh, wow. He actually.
That is a
that ball.
great shot.
Yeah, he really attacked that shot. But given that it's Chris, actually that does not surprise me much. Chris is a very attacking player.
Boom. There you go.
So Vinny wraps it up. We are
2-2.
2-2
Tied up.
now. We are officially almost 10th of the way through.
So that ring game lasted until 2:38. That was when I split it with somebody. I didn't want to split. I was like tired. I just want to go to bed.
It was a long night. Speaking of long nights, as a reminder, we are a 10th of the way done, and it has been 45 minutes.
Yep.
I'm not here to do the maths,
Maths.
but that seems like we're
Well,
going.
we had a little bit of late start, so we had
a
a
slightly-
10-minute late starter.
All right, so we can call it 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Sure.
Four games. Now, I will say, though, that Jamey and Benny have been known to kind of have a slow start and then pick up their speed
That's
as they
true.
go. So,
That's true.
oh, that is rough right there. One ball's in the pocket. And
And you're just tied up.
yeah, what do you do here? Push? He's fucking,
No, I mean I don't think
dump
you
it.
can push. I don't think push is an option.
It doesn't look like much of an option.
No, I mean
It's so deep in the pocket, I almost like pushing it up close to the 3-ball.
Yeah. You want to fish over here? No. You have a jump shot?
Yeah, you just have to push. They're a long way away. Yeah. Now, if you want to.
I'll push over here with you.
Yeah, that's fine. Push.
all right, so he is pushing into a kick
Oh, it looks like he got the window, though.
or a jump.
That's the window. I'm pretty sure he can see that one ball.
His reaction, his hand looked like it might have hit the window. He was not
I,
happy with that.
I like where he was pushing it to. I think that's the right spot.
I'm still
Well, the thing is, the one ball is so deep in the pocket that it makes the one ball much smaller.
right. I mean, I think if he hooked him, they would have to. They would give it back to him, and he's going to be in some trouble. But instead, he did hit that little bitty window. Cue ball.
Can you cut the 2 on the side?
I think the 8's in the way.
Yeah, I think you're right. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that was. He wanted to get out of there, and boy, did he get it out of there.
He definitely got it out of there.
He got it out of there. So, okay.
It looked like he almost had like the right angle, though. He really could have like
Okay, that ball in the corner.
soft stroked it, That was a good try.
And it is, and he's going
Safe
to
again.
come out pretty good.
It's not bad.
Once again, that's a nice aggressive shot.
You definitely don't want to give him a shot right here. Well, I don't know. I was going to say the 10 and the 2 are kind of lined up a little bit, but it's not.
Well, I mean, with the 8 ball there.
If you move the 8 ball, it's kind of screwed.
Yeah, if you were to hit the 9 ball here, then yeah, you might be setting yourself up.
Yeah.
But that's still, I mean, the 10 ball is a diamond over, so that's a bit of a cut.
It is a bit of a cut, but the way the 2 ball comes off the 10, you hit it hard enough, I think stop the cue ball.
Well, depending on where the
2 ball
9,
is back.
8 ends up, you might have a built-in safety anyway.
Yeah, that is true.
The 2 ball is going to go down to the other side of the table. So it might be a pretty safe combo if he hits to. So he's going to go the opposite direction. He's trying to give himself a better chance of hitting this ball.
I really do. I think I like this way better than the other. Oh, you got it. He scratched.
Well, he
Moved it over just a
So with ball in hand, now, like I said, I just don't like the combo. I think you're doing some weird stuff. This is actually a good chance to shoot this in the side. Exactly. You can
Yeah.
shoot this ball in the side.
Get
You can
over
actually
3.
break it up. You can break up. You can clip the 8 ball.
I don't even think you need to break it up. The 7 ball lines up for the 8 in the corner.
Maybe. But It's just.
I think the fourth ball is the hardest ball to get on right here.
I still think that. I think that those balls tied up is going to come back to haunt him if he's not careful.
I think he really needed to get it closer to the 3 on this. Have a good angle on the 4.
And he just sort of felt no joy, and
Yeah, he like curved it a little bit.
he really didn't put the work into that shot.
Come out so you got 4. And
Jamey coming up and trying to figure this out. See what kind of mess he inherited.
I think that's a good miss. I like that miss. As long as you get on the right side of the 7.
Okay.
I don't think you did.
girls back at the side.
Maybe you did.
Sorry.
It's kind of hard to tell.
I like cross banking on the side.
If he could see the 4 right now, I think that like it's a pretty routine kind of run out. If he can't see the 4,
Well, he called it cross side, so I guess you can see enough of it.
so he's going across.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes it a lot harder. That makes it a lot harder.
So this will break up at 8-9.
Is he going to draw this back?
I think he's actually curving it a little bit. Oh, okay. No, he just played the safe. He got a little bit more conservative with it.
Well, this might be good for Benny. I don't mind the shot at all.
I mean, the shot's fine. You haven't dealt with that issue in the middle of the table.
I don't think it's an issue. I think the 8 goes in the corner. But I mean, they keep hiding themselves on the
Yeah, I mean,
on the next
it's-
ball right now.
Right now,
So,
it's almost like they're trying to avoid that problem.
yeah, maybe it is locked up. It looks like it's got room past the 9, but it's hard to tell.
I mean, if you can get sort of right at the middle of the table, you can play a nice safety where you just stop the cue ball on and the cue ball down, bank up to the right rail as you have this angle.
I think it's all about the 7. Like, you get the right spot on the 7, and then you get the cue ball where you want it to. I think you can make the 8, make the 9.
Our track record with the cue ball control of this game is not
Not this game, for sure.
It's not showing that might be happening. All right, Glenn, what kind of wine do you like? If we're going to have some wine, what's your preference of wine?
No, you can jump. Okay. Yeah, it was just close to the rail. I didn't
I was at a place yesterday. That was like $400 for the wine there. It was
Like, I'll drink some poverty wine. It's okay.
yeah, basically. I don't have that kind of money.
The only pocket it goes in.
Huh?
That's the only pocket it goes in.
Excuse me, sir. I play pool.
Yeah.
Not rich.
What do we look like, golfers?
I don't know. We'll get there. Okay.
Like a mediocre golfer couldn't make this.
So this is interesting. Jamey is. I can't tell if he's going for the side to break it out or if he's going for the corner just to stun it across.
He's going for the breakout.
You think so?
No,
He's going for the corner and he just hit that too fast. He didn't allow the stun to take. That's interesting.
This is an interesting game so far.
Interesting rack. It's you could write a book with it.
And it keeps going.
The stall continues. Maybe these guys are doing it on purpose and they're all trying to win an Oscar for best. Oh no! Oh, I can't believe this.
That's what they call the hustle.
They're just waiting for them to deal with that 8-9 situation.
Is the 9 wired for the side?
I don't believe it is. I don't think it's. If it's frozen, you might be able to throw it in, but man, I don't think so. That's for as short as that is.
Maybe it's
That's a tough throw. All right, let's see what Chris Delee does here.
Hey man, you put enough English on it, it'll throw.
I got a feeling this shot will not be hit with a tender touch. He goes up and down, and
Again.
hey, look, we have managed to put ourselves in a almost completely hooked situation.
This is an interesting.
I don't think he's hooked. I think he's just saying, no, he's acting like he can't.
If anybody out there has got some good ideas for the rack, now would be the time to put them in chat. Ooh, that was almost a good shot.
Oh, yeah, hit that little firm. That actually worked out really well.
Well, the angle is there
All right.
to hit the 8.
Well, yeah, but you don't want to do that now. You're leaving yourself a good chance of the ball's not separating enough and being findable. Really,
You got to hit on the left side of that 8
Yeah,
ball.
you got to just barely clip that 8 ball if you're going to go for it, which means you got to hit this with some inside. Because naturally, it looks like it's going to the other side of it.
He went for
He
it.
went for it, and
8 ball's good.
and he did get the 8 out of
He
the
got
way.
it. He got it. He
All
got it.
right. That's such a dangerous shot to me, though. Anyway, he hit it well. And so let's see if he if that aggressive play pays off.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Chris kind of came out of the stroke pretty quick on that. So
I
don't know if he-
poked it a little.
yeah, I don't know if he is normally if he's jumping shooting or not.
This could be a pretty interesting shot, though.
Mm-hmm.
This feels like a Corey Duel situation.
I think so. I think it's just 2 rails.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Or just 1 rail. He was 1 rail, bring it over.
But I
Yeah.
think it's wow.
He poked that.
Yeah, he really did not take much time.
Is he mad at his partner? Jack Partner. Hey, what's up, Jack? How's it going, man?
You know, maybe this is a partners event. We just have the names in the wrong places.
Maybe.
We just don't know whose partner is who right now.
A little bit of a
Maybe there should be 3 names on one side. I don't know.
little bit of side strategy going on before the game.
Oh, and that is just didn't get away with that. I thought that was a scratch for sure. I mean, he barely hit that point, or as they say in England, the knuckle.
We're gonna throw a party after this rack is over. Oh, Chuck's on. Oh, that's your mouse. I looked over your screen. I saw the mouse clicker, and it's red.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Oh. Ah. Here we go.
So for the game. All right, that ends game 5. That game only took 10 minutes.
That was a rough rack. You can only go up from here, though.
It only gets better. They said they're going to take a break after 15 games.
I'm gonna take a break after that.
I'm going to say at this rate, it might be every 5 games.
They'll pick up the speed. They'll pick up the speed.
They'll be fine.
That was just a rough rack.
You can ask if they're playing for cash. We do not know.
We have no
We
knowledge.
have no knowledge of them playing for any kind of cash. That is, according to the powers that be.
The lawyer. According to the lawyer, we don't
The
know.
attorneys have told us that we don't know.
Exactly.
They said, don't matter what you think you know don't know anything. So, I'm sure somebody may go ask after the match or during the match, and somehow let somebody know. But it won't be us. I'm pretty sure that somehow.
That's a good job.
That is one thing that is sort of disappointing, though. Is I think the stream was better when people knew what they had on the, kind of skin they had in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Because
It's certainly not like a huge significant amount, but it's certainly a fair bet. If they had.
and the other thing about when you post, if people know how much the players are playing for, then it makes it easier for people to find other people who's willing to side bet for less money, because then they know that there's nobody's in working together with anybody else.
I do kind of wonder how many side bets go on sometimes when stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there may be some amongst other people before it started. There was times when people in chat would say, "Hey,
What you looking for?
yeah,
Let me
who
get
do
you.
you like?" And then they would sort of PM each other after that, and then set up their own little business.
Yeah, which I think is fair. Right?
Yeah.
You guys want to do that?
We have no say. We have no control over that at all.
Nope. It's between yourself and Jesus. That's it.
if there's somebody you particularly like, and you think somebody would be willing to do a little sweat,
Good job.
just do a little sweating with you. You go back and chat and see who's rooting for who, and then message that person and say, hey, you know,
Hey, you
I'll sweat a little something with you.
You want to put $1,000 on your husband?
Could have been his mom. You never know.
Never know.
Could have been Graham. Root him on.
Come on, Graham.
Come on, Graham. Throw 1,000 up. Let's see what you got. See what kind of heart you got, Graham. It's so interesting, though.
I think my mom was on the stream when I was playing the other day.
I wish you.
Yeah, that's the only time. Well, that's only like the second time I've actually got to play on the stream.
Mm.
Always up here with Michael doing commentating.
Mm-hmm. How'd it go with that stream? That first stream?
The first one?
Yeah.
Oh, I lost.
Oh,
I lost bad. I think you were up here making fun of me.
no, I would never do such a thing.
Pretty sure you were.
I'm surprised you hadn't had like 15 people messages like, hey, you want to do the stream again?
I didn't have anybody message me about that.
They all felt bad.
I played a lot. I played a lot better this time.
Yeah, they kind of killed that ball a little hard.
A little too much. Didn't even look like you really needed to go like over and come back. It looked like you could have went just forward. Maybe a little bit off the 10.
There and back. Man, he clobbered that ball. Absolutely clobbered it.
Just didn't seem necessary. Seems to be like that's his. What would you do?
Touch you around here.
Seems like he hits it a little bit on the firmer side though.
Yeah, no, like I said, Chris is very much of an attacking player. He likes to really go after each shot. You're not going to see. You're not going to see a lot of pocket speed shots from him. You might see some here and there if it calls for it.
I really don't think that pocket speed is necessary though.
I'm just saying.
I'm one of those people that's not a better
The point is, you're not going to see it.
Yeah, that's
It's
good.
not going to happen.
Everybody likes to see a ball get fired in the pocket.
Yeah. If you like to feel that, just bam.
The rush,
Here in the back of the pocket, just pop.
so much power. For us, is doubles easier or harder than just playing singles? For the commentating side, it depends on who's playing.
Glenn, do you mean playing or do you mean commentary?
I think it means commentary.
Well, because he says playing singles. So it sounds to me like he's asking if we think playing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What do you think?
I find playing doubles harder. Commentating, it just depends on who's playing. It doesn't really matter, like Scotch or singles. Commentating is about the same way.
Yeah. As far as commentating, I think it's a little harder because the players, I mean, unless you have two players that really play with each other all the time, you're going to get, you get just, there's a lot of unknown factors, and so they don't really get comfortable as they would be in singles. And so commentating, you sort of get a little bit more surprised on results. No surprise here. We're going to see this soft touch.
I think when people get in the swing of things, though, like it's kind of noticeable whether it's singles or doubles. That's why I think I'm kind of the impression like it just really depends on who's playing when it comes to.
Now, as far as playing, I imagine you like playing singles a lot more than doubles.
Not a doubles player.
Um,
I'll play it, but
yeah, I enjoy doubles. But it does help playing with somebody that you've played with a lot and you know their game. And it's a question, to me, it's the question of trust. If you can trust your partner and your partner can trust you while you're playing, it makes it a lot more fun. And actually, to me, it makes it easier. Because at that point, you can put more energy into your shots because you're only expending half the amount of energy per game.
So I'm going to challenge you on this just a little bit because I don't think it's as much about trust, but I think it's more about knowing the capabilities of who you're playing with.
I understand that, but
because there's like some shots I would leave for you that I wouldn't leave for like APA skill level 5, right? Because I don't expect the same result from like where they're going to leave me.
Well, yeah, but I think it's also the fact that when I say trust, that means trusting the fact that you know that you can leave a tougher shot, not because you know they can make it, but because. So let me put it this way: if you don't trust your partner as much, then you're going to start playing to a level of precision that you would not do for yourself.
Yeah.
And it's not. I mean, most of the players would have the capability of shooting tougher shots, but maybe something happens mentally, or they're not confident. That's what I'm.
Yeah, I think we're kind of saying the same thing,
Yeah.
just using a different word to describe it.
Right, but it's not. I think you're basing more on ability, where I'm thinking there's a little bit more nuance and just ability going on there. And
Well, it worked out pretty good.
and especially when things are going great, things are going great. I mean, if you're running out, you're getting long, there's never a trust issue. It's if somebody's not playing as well as they on their normal game.
Yeah.
Now the question is, can you trust them to get out of it on their own, or do you feel like you have to do something yourself to help them get out of it?
Right. Where it makes it more difficult for you to really play the shots. Yeah.
Play the shots you want. So it's always, it's like they say. I mean, anybody can win on their A game. The question is, can you win on your B game? And importantly, can you win when either you or both you and your partner are on your B game? And that to me is when I think doubles is a lot more interesting than singles.
I gotcha. I think singles can be pretty interesting too, though. Like, especially with rhythm players. I think it's less interesting with players that are very consistent. But rhythm players, you get to see like large variation in play styles during those times.
Jack, yes, jumping is allowed. As far as I know, you haven't heard anything otherwise, have you?
No, jumping's allowed.
Yeah, jumping is always allowed unless the players specifically, and I don't think I've ever seen a stream where the players would not allow jumping.
Lower skill level players, I think it was like early, but yeah, it hasn't been. It's not very often. Does it put more stress on better players' game if they are playing with lower skilled player? Yeah, for sure.
No, actually, you know what? I don't think so. I think if anything, it puts more stress on the lower skilled player because they feel like they have to play at that level. Unless you have a good conversation with the lower skill level and say, hey, I don't want you to do more than you would do for yourself. Just play your game. But I think with a higher skill level, usually that means there's more experience with it. And I don't think the stress of it, they just know maybe what may be more asked of them than otherwise. But it's usually, I don't think it's a better player or worse, I think it's more of an experience. I think the lesser experienced doubles player feels like they've got to do that. They have to go above and beyond what their normal game is.
I feel like when I play doubles, and I'm not a very well versed player in playing Scotch doubles. I played a lot of doubles, but I've never played a lot of Scotch doubles.
Yeah, standard old school doubles.
Yeah, old school doubles. And I can say that when I play doubles with a low skill level player, it makes me pay a lot more attention to where I'm leaving the cue ball, which can be harder on me sometimes, and that little part stresses me out because it throws me off my rhythm. Okay. So like for that reason, that makes it harder for me, but I think that's the only reason. Which is I don't know if that's a good thing. It's a bad thing, but yeah.
Speaking of rhythm, it looks like
speak for my
Benny and Chris are starting to find their rhythm a little bit. They've actually got a pretty decent pace now. Oh, that's going to slow things down a little bit.
Ooh.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah,
like the
he's
commentator
the-
making a comment about the game that just ruins the game. We could have just kept talking about fluffy bunnies and Skittles, and they would have run out.
Kevin said he's seen a higher level player try to do too much with lower level partners.
Right, and I think
And that's what I'm really guilty of.
right, and I think, like I said, I think that's not so much a product of who's better or worse; it's a product of experience. And people who aren't as experienced playing doubles, especially when the better player is not experienced playing doubles, they feel like they have to almost babysit the lower lower level player. That's what it calls them to.
I think when like for me personally, when I'm playing Scotch doubles with the lower skill level players, if I know they can use like draw, for example, I might set them up for shots that I know they can use draw on. But if I know that they can't really use English at all and they're going center ball like every time, like I will set them up on shots that I see a natural angle, which will get me on my next.
Right.
So but like I was saying before, it's not necessarily like a hard thing to do. It's more of like it throws me off my rhythm. Oh, that's right.
Not only did he miss the ball to the left, but he also
Scratches.
scratches. So Jamey's going to have to see this might go along with what we're talking about. Now I'm wondering if Jamey isn't, I mean, he's definitely distracted out of the game now. Now the question is it a doubles thing or is it himself?
I don't know. Chris Towe seems like he plays pretty good, so I don't think that that would really throw Jamey.
Yeah, but and now going back to sort of the conversation with experience and playing with it, one thing that people have to learn to get past, especially lesser experienced, especially lower level, lesser experienced players, is they have to get past this idea that they're being judged.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen that a ton.
Oh yeah, because they feel like their partner, especially the better players, judging them. And most good players don't ever judge weaker players. They get care less. They're not going to be.
They just want to make it to that next shot. They don't make shit.
So they're not worried. But yeah, when you feel like you're being judged, that brings up a whole can of worms that you guys don't want.
And I think especially if a higher skill level player is playing with a lower skill level player, they're expecting to be kicking at stuff. Like they're expecting to have to play a safety every now and then. So if you have a good higher skill level player, you really shouldn't worry about that lower skill level player at all, because they're going to be looking okay, if I kick here, then I could probably get a save. So Robert Bucati. All right, I will be right back, guys. I have to go take a bathroom break.
That's a little bit that I need. You go take care of yourself. We're going to see the landing pad once again. The landing pad interfering with the ball. It's twice that we've seen it. If you guys have been keeping up, yeah, the 8-ball sort of rolled up on it and rolled back a little bit. The 10-ball sort of slowed down after rolling on it. I like the idea that the players are trying to take care of the table and not, wear out the table too much by breaking, but you got to get that landing pad out of the way as soon as you break. Yeah, I don't know, Glenn. I don't know if Jamey is trying to do too much on the 8, or if it's just a matter that he's nervous. He doesn't feel confident. He knows he's not playing his good game right now, and I think a lot of this is sort of in his head.
Do all kind of different angles. I'll just take everyone
This is all right.
Make sure you look at all the kids.
Kevin, what do you mean by stress? Stress. So I'm not exactly sure. Was Chris brought in to replace somebody else? Was somebody else supposed to play instead of Chris? Or what happened? Because I'm not sure about the inner details of that. It's a nice little bake by Chris Towe, though. Gives Jamey a nice little shot. Oh, you're saying that having Chris is going as a better player, he's adding more pressure to the match? I mean, that could be. And Chris has the personality. I've played with Chris Lee for years. I've played with him probably for almost 10. I've been playing with him for almost 10 years. I haven't seen him in quite a few years, but about 10 years ago we started playing against each other, and He is a. If you guys know him, he is a roller coaster of a player, or at least his career has been a bit of a roller coaster. But he looks like he's doing pretty well now, which is great. But yeah, I mean, he brings a certain flair to the game that he can be intimidating. So,
Goes either pocket.
but I can't. I mean, I don't know Chris Towe very well, but just judging on the way that he's getting down, his form, he does jump up on a lot of his shots, but he looks seasoned enough to not let somebody like Chris Delee get in his head, I don't think.
You think Chris is getting in his head?
I think Kevin might be implying that if I'm not misreading his comments.
Oh, did Chris say something?
Anything about the eight? Anytime?
Chris or Kevin?
You want me to try to get over behind it?
Get over behind it, I'll shoot it up.
Welcome back.
Hey, thanks. Everybody.
Came out all right.
Yeah, definitely. Talking to Nisi, just talking about bringing our newest pet onto the stream
Oh my goodness.
because we adopted another one.
You want off the rail?
Yeah, we found a 2 baby squirrels in our garage. Well, Nisi found 2 baby squirrels in our garage, and we don't know where the mama was. So now we have a squirrel.
See how that goes.
They're not too bad. I've had a squirrel before. Yeah, they're actually pretty cool pets.
Jamie's got an interesting shot here. It looks like he's going to try a little bottom left to try to take it down just to hold it.
Nah, that was
That's
a good shot.
yeah. I mean, the draw will slow down and make it come off a little easier.
Hey, you know what this means? Top inside, my favorite.
Yeah, see Holman.
This is top inside shot, Michael.
My inside. No.
What do you do here?
Low outside.
No,
Low outside.
top inside.
Low outside. Low outside.
Yeah.
And he's
Oh, he was good. That was a good shot.
Jesse, how you doing today?
What's up, Jesse? He was second.
You see Holman was on earlier?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said, "Hey, Michael, what's up? I miss you, friend." He didn't say anything. What? Oh no. Never.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a small line of people I could probably list who'd like to play Chris and Michael.
From the dry break?
You break this time.
So who did Chris replace?
I made the 10, so it's
Oh, no.
You guys know who you replaced, or
I'd have to look back. I forget who he replaced.
well, that's a good point because every time I see Chris, I always say Chris Delee, so he could be talking about Chris Towe.
Our break, not from y'all.
I haven't written down.
We need a little bit of that. We can go here.
Jack Bergner is wondering, hey, maybe he sounds like Jack could arrange something if it's the right Chris. There could be some arrangements made for people. You know which Chris we're talking about.
Who would you play on?
Let me see. Who would I
Would you play nobody on stream?
I would play.
Fedor Gordon.
Let me see.
Earl says a lot of
Hmm.
stuff. You just gotta keep meat stuff.
I'm sure there's some like low 100 Fargo players that I could play.
I don't think there's any 100 Fargo readers. I've seen some negatives before.
Oh, I've seen high 100s.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. I've seen some negatives. Saw like a negative
yeah.
56.
That does.
I was like, what is going on?
Jesse, there's 2 Chris's playing. You mean the one at the table right now? Chris Delee. Chris Delee is at the table right now.
Yeah. Yes, Delee replaced somebody.
Oh, Delee just got a little greedy.
Lee's always got the best shoot.
Tried to go for a 10 ball and got punished.
I've always noticed your shoot.
We'll find out how badly he gets punished for his
He got 2.
little bit greed there.
Yeah.
Actually,
It's a pretty open
That
table.
wasn't a bad shot, but that's still tough. I mean, 10 ball is far enough off the rail and made rail first be a lot tougher to go into.
Took my shoes and put them side by side. They covered the whole bed.
But hey, that's sort of why I was excited to see Chris Delee here. You're gonna see shots like that once in a while.
That's good.
You're gonna see a little bit of loose cannon.
Well, that's kind of interesting. That's not really the spot I would have thought that he would have went for.
Yeah, I think he would want to come out. I think he might have been worried about getting in the window.
Snickered behind a
Right.
3 or something.
Stun it, go around to the inner rail, and leave it forward.
We have a new camera we need to set up for the table.
Yeah. We'll do it right now.
I think let's go. Let's pop it up. It won't mind.
Let DC come here and commentate while we're doing new camera work down there. Get away.
It's right above the tables. I don't think that Ned liked that very much.
What about
Need to replace the wood bracket we have up there with like a metal one. The wood one, like when it rains, the wood one's like, and I'm gonna work.
One thing I did like that happened for a little while during the stream last week
What happened?
was when Nisi was going around and actually, filming some close-up shots,
Oh,
moving camera, a little POV camera going on.
oh yeah.
Like that's
You didn't like?
no, I did.
Oh, did like it? Yeah.
I enjoy that.
I don't know that. I don't actually know how she set that up, but yeah, that was pretty cool.
I think what ended up happening, she was doing off her phone, and the phone finally like, oh, it's time to go to bed.
I don't know if it was the phone that wanted to go to bed, but something went to bed.
I did not know that
We had a
Homer.
cameraman for a minute.
I did not know that Homer's pool room had a BCA league.
When did I go to BCA League?
So you said
Is that the one that
Homer's up in Luke.
somebody started one here recently, but I thought they started in LJ.
Oh. Yeah, Homer being in Homer, Georgia, near Lula. Haven't been there in a while, but
Ooh, look at that. That's not bad at all.
that's good. I hope more. Hey, Jesse, do you know if that BCA league is Fargo rated or Fargo reported? Because I would love to see more BCA leagues around here if they all start reporting Fargo. Which I just found out in our league, we can actually record our own scores for the night.
Can you?
Yeah.
On the app now?
Yeah.
Oh, they must have finally got the BCA app rolled out. They didn't used to have that.
Yeah, that's awesome, Jesse. I'm glad they do it.
They had the BCA app like open, but they didn't give us like a way to like put the scoreboards and stuff on there for a long time. So they must have just started doing that.
Yeah, they do it now.
Oh, that was a good shot. That was a
So
good shot.
our league operator is, I think, pretty soon. Now, this is just between us. I don't get this out in the open.
Don't put it out
Yeah,
there.
don't put this out for everybody here. But I think that he's going to start trying to get all the other teams to start recording their scores
Okay.
so that it's more of a live update.
I think that's good though. As long as people have smartphones.
Yeah.
The one thing I was kind of worried about with 3-man teams is like you might get one team every once in a while that does like for some strange reason they don't have smartphones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was the only thing that I was kind of worried about with that.
Tell Grandpa to get a smartphone. Okay. I mean, this is curtain.
Hey man, you'd use some of the people in my league. You know they didn't have phones.
Yeah, they might have had some flip phones.
A couple of them did. Honestly, dude, I'm thinking about switching back to a flip phone. Tired of having a smartphone.
You're tired of the advertising.
Tired of the advertising. I'm tired of the
Tired for advertising. Exactly.
notifications I get constantly.
Yeah, knowing what you're doing, what you want to buy.
All of it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Go to Walmart around the TV section, suddenly you get advertising like, "Would you like this Samsung TV from Walmart? Looks like something you'd want."
Are you following me? No.
No. But I mean, it seems like that's going to be the direction every league goes. I mean, APA already has it, so you
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
And all that gets put in before the league operator even touches it. So that just seems like a natural progression.
Wow. You cut that.
And that is going to hold up. That's not going to be too bad of a cut.
Nah, not too bad.
And so we're going to see how Christo does with his Ginsu knife here. You can slice just a little bit of that ball off, and so he missed the ball completely.
He has nerves.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you watch him, especially that shot, you could see his body just rise up during the shot. So I don't know. You guys know him. Like I said, he's the one I really don't know. Is that normal for him to do that, or do you guys think he's just nervous?
Is he a rhythm player?
I mean, yeah. For you guys out there, I am curious if that's sort of the norm, or you guys think he's just super nervous right now and he's just not comfortable. Because usually when you come up out of your shot like that, it's just a matter of, okay, it's just a matter that you're not comfortable. So there could be something going on with his stance, or, he's just got a lot of tension in his muscles that he's trying to get out of, which I'm guilty of that all the time myself. So I understand.
By the way, we got some hats in. If anybody wants a hat, give us a message. We got red and we got black.
I might go at the break. I'll go get my red hat.
You got 2 hats.
I got 2 hats. So if you got a black, I'll go and
We-
grab my red. And
We also have a limited
maybe we'll
supply.
do red on my shirt here to go with the hat. So, if I got a black hat or a red hat, I can. This shirt works.
The red's been popular.
Has it?
Quite a few people have bought red hats. I'm the only one that has a black hat, except for you, because I have to.
Right. Because the government says I have to be compensated for my time in some form or fashion. So I get a hat.
Did you break that 4 out from there? Whoop, straight in.
Which I'm sure will be showing up on my taxes.
Where you gonna be? Just,
Non
roll it up about 2 inches.
non-salary compensation report.
We bought them, but I don't think we really put them on anything. Andy.
I need to start speaking that Girl Scout cookie language so I can talk to Andy in Tagalog. Tagalog.
I don't know.
Tagalong. Is that the name of it? Tagalong. Tagalog. Yeah, I need to learn how to speak that.
Oof.
You know, especially when I get to the point that I just move out there. Just move to the Philippines.
Like 4 over there.
Asked Nisi if we could go to the Philippines for honeymoon. She said no.
Left hand spin or right hand spin?
Yeah, that's what I said. Tagalog. You know, Girl Scout Tagalog cookies.
Tagalog.
They're awesome. Yeah.
Perfect. Good shot.
But yeah,
Good
when
save.
when I move to the Philippines, I gotta find me a nice little Filipino wife. Speak to her.
Can you call the 10 right here in the bottom
How
corner?
do you say
I think you call the 10 right
how
here.
do you say sandwich in Tagalog?
It's not that guaranteed.
Like, please make me a.
Where's my Jollibee? It's Jollibee? So you're gonna go find you a nice Filipino lady?
Then again, it's not.
Do they exist, Andy? Andy, do nice Filipino women exist?
This I got to know.
Andy seems pretty nice. No,
You would know a nice one. She
probably.
seems nice enough that she would know an actual nice one.
Probably. That's a good save.
That
Maybe.
is a good save. No, that should be
Maybe.
good.
I don't know. It's like 6. That thing's covered up.
Yeah.
Oh no,
that's
he
the
called it. It's not.
Yeah, it looks like just goes past it.
See,
Barely.
Andy says she's a nice Filipino lady. You could always trust the person that says it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that guy with the with that van with no windows. Yeah, he was a nice guy too. He told me he was a nice guy.
He had a lot of candy. 3 Pokemon on the inside.
Oh, Chris is not happy with that at all.
Yeah, it's a hard shot to really control.
Yeah, as soon as he hit it, he knew that ball.
Yeah,
was not
I
gonna
know
go
where
right.
you got it back earlier. No, I got it back earlier, but I knew there was gonna be
You
another.
got it good.
This would have been a good day to have Chris Smite,
That's a tough one.
just to really see what he has to say about this.
You gotta be careful when you go to the Philippines, though. You might end up with a nice Filipino.
Oh, I think,
Man, on
I
accident.
think they're taking a different island.
Isn't it in the Philippines too? I thought it was in the Philippines and Thailand.
I've never heard of Philippines having that issue.
I thought it was. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't really know that much about those places, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, that's racist. You missed the 4 ball. Huh? You missed the 4
Now, I have heard things about what Filipino women expect.
Sorry.
Can't discuss that on porn.
Oh, it's just the way I am.
You just have to look some of that stuff up.
What? What is it?
Can't get into it.
Just get into it.
Can't get into it.
We don't care.
So what kind of an angle are we
Why
going to here?
why don't we let Andy tell us?
Oh, but yeah, see what Andy expects from her men.
Andy, what do Filipino women expect from
Yeah.
men? We want
Let's
to know.
ask the married Filipino woman what she expects from men.
Are sweet and very caring.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But what do they
every
expect
single
from men?
one. Every single one.
Do they prefer 9-ball or 1 pocket?
Got a within reach here.
Although
This is
kind of seems like they're the ones that have the really good women pool players.
No,
They got some 800s coming out of that place, bro.
I got to watch Chesnick.
Which one is that?
She's probably the top female player out of the Philippines.
What is she?
Jessica. Why am I saying Jessica? Jessica.
Uh,
Jessica's her
she
name.
got Fargo, right?
Oh yeah, she is.
Oh, now the truth comes out. Andy says, as long as men are very understanding and generous.
Oh well, now you have these
That's
crazy expectations. So let's see if we look at Fargo and we go ahead and say what is
Oh, don't scratch. Not again.
top female.
Man, they're just having a rough go at it. They just scratched on the 10 ball.
Jessica is rated 4th in the world.
Fourth?
Yeah, 772.
She has a 772. Nice. And then the top 3 women are Chinese.
And Siming Chen actually was Siming Chen was not on the list in Vegas. So I guess she hadn't played enough high level players yet, but now that she has, she is the number 1 women's at Fargo. Because I think you have to have a certain number of quality wins.
Sammy Chen's been on there for a while, though. For the
Not
top
listed in the top 100.
I thought she was.
Not that I saw, because I looked her up for her when I was
Oh,
in
really?
Vegas. Yeah, because I was surprised not to see her. And then if you looked her up by number, you would have seen that she was number 1. So I think it was just, like I said, I don't think she had enough quality opponents yet.
But
That's one of the things that the algorithm looks at.
The one that would be really interesting to play against, who's also from China, is... I think she's in the...
Yeah, that's it's like there's a lot from Taipei.
Yeah,
There's
this
a lot
is
from
actually from China. I can't think of her name. Oh, she's Chinese. Maybe she's not on here.
You remember her name?
I can't think of her name. But it'd be really interesting to play her because she's like really, really pretty. But she's like a 700 Fargo or something like that. She might be like in the mid 600s. But man, could you imagine somebody like that going in a bar? Just like, want to play some pool, guys?
I like Weiwei. She's Japanese. Weiwei's got that sort of sweet little look to her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Shit,
Yeah, Weiwei is ranked 8. Wei Su Chen.
Okay.
But yeah, her nickname's Weiwei.
I feel like that, like, if you're Allison Fisher, one of the Fisher sisters, though, if you go into a bar, like, you're very recognizable.
Oh yeah.
They're just so well known in the pool community.
Yeah, I got to watch Jasmine Lucian play a lot, man. It's funny because there's a friend that I saw in Vegas who's from California, and she was talking about she's really good. She talks about she just doesn't work out. She's like, yeah, if I worked out, I'd look like Jasmine Ocean. And that sort of. I feel like an awesome person to know, but man, I don't know if I want to get in a fight with her.
Well, a lot of those like top female players seem like they do actually work out a fair bit.
I think
Pia and her husband, they work out a lot.
yeah. I mean, at this point, I don't think you can get to that high level without having some sort of work.
Damn, I didn't realize Karen Core is still in the 700s. Karen Core is a beast. She's a hell of a player.
I tell you what, I was.
Her play for a long time.
Yeah. Well, speaking about not playing for a long time and coming back, Kelly Fisher, her return has been super strong.
Oh yeah, the Fisher sisters are crazy good.
Sister, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, Kelly took some time off and she came back with vengeance. Man, she was great. And she is just as humble as she's always been. She'll win a match like, ooh.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, Kevin's right though, Jasmine. Oh, did he touch the 6?
I don't know, but
Jasmine Ocean, like, you know, seeing her walk in a bar and playing somebody. Oh, that wasn't the 8 ball, that was the 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a little angle.
She walks in the bar. She might be like, "You can pick, play me pool or arm wrestle me."
Try to get it out. Going to the rail, 'cause it will hit set.
And I like Jen. She's cool.
Did you meet her?
I talked to her a little bit.
Oh, nice.
Draw it back from the corner or play it side. Just don't, shoot through the
Was it
ball.
this year? when you got talked to her?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why this year. Didn't talk to her much, just a little bit, just a little chat. I do try to, at least, without looking like some sycophant, just talk to somebody a little bit, just to see, what they're up to, see what's going on. It's kind of hard because, especially when you're in Vegas for BCA National, there's so many people there, and who wants to talk to them, and the ones that do muster up enough courage to talk to them. It's, I don't want to get mixed in with that group. Just, be able to say something and put it more of a quick little personal conversation and saying, "Hey, how's it going?"
It's good with you. How you been?
How are you're playing?
You remember me? No. I get you.
I mean, in that situation, they can be so many people.
Oh, for sure.
So
You had a cooler one last year. You had a hell of a time the year before last.
well, I mean, you better watch what you say. It sounds like I had a better time than I had. Not like I got late or something, but
Oh.
are you talking about when I was hanging out with Chris or Kim?
Mhm.
Kim Houseman? Yeah. I didn't mess with her again. She's actually, I saw that she is playing in another pro event coming up. So
Is she?
yeah, she's really
What is she
working on-
ranked?
What?
What is she ranked? Hey, are we speaking of playing, are we gonna reschedule our trip?
We need to.
Let's do that soon.
Yeah, we got a lot of things got to figure out. I don't think she's in the top 100. I mean, what is it?
What's the lowest top 100 for females right now?
619.
The lowest top 100 for females,
For
619.
female in the world, yeah. Yeah, okay, so she would have been like at the bottom of the U.S. because she's at some middle 500s, I think. So
Oh, okay.
last I saw.
So she's my speed. Better.
Really Coleman is 573, so yeah, it looks like you would not be on here. The lowest female U.S. is at 570. It's
What's the lowest male in the U.S. for top 100? Just out of curiosity.
in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's down to 729.
Sure.
Oh, you're just outside of that.
Damn, I know, right?
You gotta get a few more quality wins.
Maybe Wesley's just outside of that, not me.
A few more quality wins. I think US is just over 700, just barely over 700. I think.
Oops, we know it's in 700s. We know a few. We know a few.
Chris. What's that wrong? Oh, look, a diamond.
Seems like I have a knack when I go to like other states to find the only 700 plus in the bar. I've been really good at that lately. Anytime I go play, I'm like, "Hey, what's up? You want to play some?" Last time it was a 650. I did beat him though, to be fair. Luckily,
All right, you guys heard
I
it
think he
here.
was just having an off day.
John here talking about being 650.
No. I think he was just having an off day. That's all.
But now Kim's at a 680. I mean, sorry, 58 or 568 now.
It's pretty good.
So yeah, she's moving up. Last time I'd really seen her, she was at 550 something. So, like I said, she's really been focusing on playing at the pro level and really getting her game turned up for that. So that's good.
Yeah, I imagine it's quite different trying to play at that level.
It was interesting though. This year at BCA's, if Towe gets far enough down on that 8, it's got enough to.
He jumped up a little bit, but he's
Yeah.
got there.
But now I
You're
think
right, though. He is jumping up.
Jamey's going to have to sort of go underneath the 9. I think you want to draw this. think this is better just to put a lot of top and go down and come back up. So it was interesting that the BCA Women's Platinum Singles was between Sophia Mast of Florida and Kennedy Maiman of Soda, where I think both of them are just barely old enough to drive. but they also both play on the pro level.
Yeah.
So it doesn't surprise me that they were in the.
That's good though. That means some like younger females are coming up in the sport, and that's pretty awesome. I think that's good. I don't know what makes it. This is something I don't understand though. What makes it so different in China that we have people in or females in China that seem like they're coming up the ranks pretty good?
I mean,
They have schools there. I do know that.
yeah, I think there's a lot that goes into it. I mean, you got to remember the culture, the work ethic culture in China versus the U.S. in general, I would say. You look at a lot of how family life is, so it's expected growing up. I mean, and I'm not trying to say all Chinese people, all Americans are a bunch of lazy bums, but
A lot of Americans
there's
are
outliers on all of them. But yeah, I think there's a lot more that goes into it. I mean, obviously, there's a lot more. I would say training enrichment, but I think I want to say with the younger females now, like people like Sophia, Savannah, Kennedy, I think they have a pretty good training regimen at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
They definitely have a lot better instructors than women did have in the past. I think with the technology.
You think that's a U.S. thing, or you think that's a people thing though? Because I think sometimes I think that's just a people thing. Like if somebody says, I want to get better. Like let's say that's their general statement, and they say I'm gonna dedicate 4 hours a day to only practicing pool, but then they get to like day 4, and they're like, I've been doing good. I don't need to do it this 4 hours today. I'm not gonna play today. And then I think that's like a people thing. I think a lot of people do that.
I think people that are like, I'm going to play 4 hours a day, shortstops.
Shortstops?
Maybe pro level.
Well,
Yeah, I could be wrong. Now, some of the younger players like Sophia, Savannah, Kennedy, I'm sure they spend a lot of time on studying, just doing their schooling,
yeah,
standard school stuff. I would hope that they're putting a lot of time in that also. So, that's actually one thing I did want to ask one of the girls this year, and I just never got around to it. Maybe next year I'll try to ask. There is that. The fact that the Communist Party will invest resources into their players.
Will they do that for pool players?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize they did that for pool players. I thought pool players was still like an extracurricular.
No, I mean anything.
Unless they're Olympic level.
But I think anything that makes China look dominating over other countries,
They'd put money into.
They'll put their resources into it.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Because I know Alicious, he went to some big billiard school that they had there.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I tell you what, I have a whole new respect for yeah.
Why is that?
I mean, I've been watching a lot more of his matches.
He's
He's
a very routine player.
No, he is very, very, very good player, especially being as young as he is.
Yeah, he definitely
He's very
is.
disciplined.
He's in his early 20s, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he won an international juniors championship. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Discipline's the right word. He's a very disciplined player.
Yes,
he was really good.
To say that it's hard to tell when he's watching. Some people when they play, they're so focused and they have that kill in them that it's hard to tell if they're going to be fun parties or not. So maybe outside of pool, he's a really fun person, but when he's on the table in a match, it is It is a blood sport.
Ooh, you hit that a little hard.
Ooh, and just did flirt with that side pocket a little bit.
Yeah, there definitely are some people out there with personalities that really get laser focused on something when they start doing it like that.
Yeah.
It's like they're taking Adderall all the time. But they're
And
not.
of course, I mean, the problem also is that, you know, if that's all people see in that person, it's how they be judged all the time. So that's just it's just human nature.
Thing grabbing it right.
Yeah, I don't really know if it's really anything you would want to judge, though. It's like maybe something you'd want to admire sometimes.
Well, no, I'm saying people who don't know better, they'll see them and they'll be, oh,
Oh, yeah, for sure. Don't you think it's kind of nice to have like a surprise element and things like that, though? What?
I mean, if people are open to surprises.
That is true. I mean, like that just helps you kind of weed out people you probably wouldn't want to be around anyways.
I mean, like certain players, you can tell. I mean, Skylar Woodward is somebody you could tell that off the table, he's just going to be fun to hang out with for the most part, unless he's mad.
For sure, yeah.
Unless he's gotten pissed off with the tournament. But even then, he's still going to be fun to be around when he's bitching his ass off about something and cussing his mouth. He's still going to be funny.
So, what do you think about that foul call recently? Did you see it?
I don't know which one you're talking
So, they called a foul on the lag.
about. Oh, I've never heard of that.
So, and the chat can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was Skylar Woodward and Carlo Beato. They lagged, and Skylar's cue ball hit the end rail before Carlo hit his ball.
Oh,
So they called it a foul
on Carlo?
on Skylar.
Why? That doesn't make sense.
That's what I said.
Seems like Carlo would be the one to call it on because he's basically getting information on the lag.
Let's see if we can.
Right. Now, I'll say this, Carlo, man, he looked good out in Vegas.
Carlo always is good.
Well, like this year. This year, he's the only one who looked truly comfortable on the table. Like, he's just like,
He's so good, though.
It's rough. It's
Five ball.
still like they're a little. It's the tables or what, but. Ooh, that is. Try to make a good safety out of it. A little too much inside in that ball, though. So, ball on hand here.
Maybe it wasn't Skylar Woodward. Let's see if I play it. Hopefully somebody in the chat knows who it was.
Yep.
It was
fever dream. And
it was recent. That one's pretty crazy one too, though. It was recent. I'd have to go on Facebook and find it. Can't remember. But
Good old Betty here.
if anybody in the chat knows who that was, let us know.
Betty is trying to double the score here against Jamey and Chris. And, well, once again,
He wanted to go for a safety.
because, you know, if you guys are wondering why we don't do as much commentating on the game or we get off on the subject, I think that's why. We don't want to be held responsible for them missing shots that should have easily been pocketed with shape. Right when I had to interject about doubling the score in Jamey and Chris.
Oh, here comes the jump. Well, not the jump cue.
So Kevin seems like it was Skylar, not against Carlos.
Okay, so it probably was. Yeah, but it was a strange call. Like calling a foul like that just seemed weird. But it was in the rule book. So
Well, I know when I was in Vegas, something happened, something he was wearing. And they tried to get on something. That's another thing that I'm sort of disappointed with CSI is that they're so dead set on having a present. You know, and I think you should have a clean tournament, people looking nice, people being. But I want to say that they made Cheska lose a game or cost her something because of an issue of socks. And maybe she had like low rising socks that didn't look like she had socks on, so they made her go put different socks on or something like that. It was something weird. CSI still has.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not happy with a lot of things CSI is doing. So,
The old tournaments though, they used to like kick people out of tournaments for not wearing like a suit jacket. So
well, no, I get that. I mean, like I said, but and at the same time, I mean, there's a video Bobby McGrath playing in a big tournament where he's coming in in pajama bottoms.
yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, that's,
And I think
the
he
commentaries
shot
are
really
like,
good too.
you're like, oh, wow, he's coming in pajama bottoms. So I mean, it's like, okay, I get that there's that line of.
I think that's a bad look for the sport.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
That's a nice one for your art. There's your eye inside.
But I can't say much. I mean, I used to play basketball shorts like for the majority of the time that I was learning how to play. So.
Speaking of which, with basketball, let's see if old Benny can close this one out. Delee playing your high inside 3-rail shape with a little far on it. No problem.
That was good shape. Though.
No problem for Benny. And they have just doubled Jamey for the score. Yeah, I agree, Kevin. There's a lot of weird role issues. That bothered me. That feels like to me that the players would take a break.
Want to take a little break?
Let's see what.
Oh, it looks like they're racking still.
Oh, yeah, they're still. So they may rack or break. This doesn't look like an official break. It's not like Chris maybe going. So maybe it is an official break.
The Earl Strickland Podcast, episode 3. Oh, here it is.
Scotch Cup champion Skylar Woodward and young.
It was Pain and Bride.
Foul foul.
So, now bring the audio up.
What's up, Tim? How's it going? Forward to this match.
You can't really hear what they're saying. Yeah, he just got a foul.
Man, it's got a light. Put that as well too. Oh. Well, okay, go back to the beginning of the video. Let's see what happened. Well, I don't know. Okay, we'll come back to this. We'll revisit. Let's get back to the game that we have now.
Yeah, they're
The
here.
players are back.
They're back.
So I thought that maybe that Skylar had touched the ball and moved it closer, but he didn't.
No.
He just got down and hit it. So
It touched. I was reading the comments. I read through the comments on this for a little while. And the foul was because his cue ball hit the end rail before the other guy actually even touched the cue ball.
And that doesn't. I mean,
Apparently that's a rule.
okay.
Somebody in the comments quoted what rule it was.
Were you talking about going 310?
But to me, that seems like a silly Billy rule.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not like you might like, I just don't get ready to go.
Yeah.
You lag at your speed.
And on top of that, like, you can't, like, if I was the other person, I'd just wait, let the other person hit, and like, hey, you fouled. You know?
Maybe the idea is that if you do it in a hurry, then it forces your opponent to go faster, and it doesn't give a fair. I don't know. That's a weird. I don't know. I'd have to look at the rule. I've never heard of that rule, but like I said, it's CSI. I still think CSI probably introduces a weird thing. Maybe because I'm so old. Some of the things, some of the way they're changing the formats of stuff, I'm just not a fan of.
Is that the CSI?
Was that?
Was that the CSI bit?
I mean, that's a CSI tournament, yeah.
Is it?
I mean, if you're seeing printer tables.
Or that.
I mean, well, it's the Predator event, which is CSI sanctioned.
Yeah.
But CSI is the sanctioning.
Yeah, it says Payne didn't stroke before Sky hit the head rail. Some new rule, another guy got fouled for moving the cue ball over to have room for his ass.
Yeah, now I get the fact that when the referee sets the balls up for a lag, you cannot touch the balls. You can't adjust it. But that kind of makes sense to me. Because you're trying to.
Did they add new rules in this year?
I don't know. That might be on the rule. You know, it may be just one of those obscure rules that people have forgotten about or never got enforced.
All right, here we're gonna read the one that agrees with it. I have to say, I kind of agree with the rule. Sky lags, and the kid waits until Sky's ball hits the short rail on its way back before he pulls the trigger. They're lagged, but Sky had won the lag and wasn't too thrilled.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It seems like the foul would be
Yeah,
a kid.
I don't understand what she means really right there.
That would be, to me, that would be the equivalent of a game tactic.
Yeah,
Flip.
filibuster.
So, you know, I mean, it's easy to not hit them versus hitting the ball too quick. I don't know. Like I said, I'd have to look at the rules and maybe talk to somebody about the justification for it.
All right, let's get back to the game.
Yeah, Glenn's like the rest of us. We want to see this thing go kill him. We don't want to see it blow out.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping they ever come back here. We're having a little bit of a rough start.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Chris is coming to help Benny out right here. Get him on a different line to shoot up.
There, get the old
Bridge.
the bridge here. Or as they like to say, the old rest. Like snooker, they call it rest.
I like this right here, though. One rail safety, probably.
Yeah, that's a good shot. A little kick and stick. Kick behind the A ball. It's a fine shot.
I'm gonna kick it inside.
Yeah.
Because I've already proven I can't jump over an ankle.
No, I guess you just kick one rail and try to make it, actually. Instead of trying to play safe. Because I think kind of no matter where your cue ball ends up, I think you're going to have some shot.
That's
I think
that's way. You got to try to make this ball. You can't just.
Yeah, I think you just go for it.
Yeah. Boy, he did.
Whoa,
That
what a
was
good.
fantastic shot.
There we go.
And that was actually probably the smoothest stroke I've seen him do. He really took his time. I think he stayed down really well on that shot too.
Maybe he was listening to the commentators. We've had that happen a few times. Somebody will listen to the commentating and they will change
They'll adjust, make some
things due to what we're talking about.
Well, that's their fault then. That's their fault for listening to
Getting some bad
terrible
advice.
people. They're going to heed horrible advice. A bunch of hacks.
There's not a bunch, just two.
Just two hacks.
Two hacks.
A small bunch. It's a nice speed. I like that. All you gotta do is just nice little cut in the side. Just let it slow down just a little bit.
You know, if you think about the
Oh, he did not float it. He really slowed it down.
if you're gonna send it down there, you gotta send it back up.
Yeah. Commit to that speed. You gotta back out.
Looked like he was getting in a rhythm there for a second.
Yeah, he did. And once again, it looked like he sort of got down and rushed it.
This goes back to what we were talking about a second ago. But if you think about it, you and I are farther away from the pro level men in the U.S. than Nisi is from the pro level.
I don't know that.
Because it's 300 away, right? I don't know, it's 200. Oh, we're really close. It's about the same, actually.
I mean, if you're going to go by numbers or you're going to go by percentage.
Wow, go by percentage.
You go by percentage, she's what, 3 times away? Or the pros are 3 times higher? 2.5, 3 times higher?
No. I'm going by just pure numbers. So it'd be like
Yeah, well, no, that's what I'm saying. But if you're going by percentage,
it'd be like 200 points away
right?
versus 200 points away. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if you're talking,
I'm actually further away. I think because mine's like
I mean, if
250,
you're talking
300.
about numbers, but I mean, if you're also talking about somebody who's 200 versus 400 versus somebody who's 600 versus 800, I wouldn't say that's the same distance.
It's close.
One
That's
person is twice the Fargo away.
It's,
That's pretty significant.
twice Fargo is pretty significant.
I don't know. But you're right. We're very far from the pro level.
Yes, we are very far.
I won't deny that part.
Get a stroke of luck every once in a while. That's that.
And if you're thinking that, yeah, I'm pretty close to pro level play, I mean, unless you really are, if you think you're like, yeah, I'm pretty close, go watch the pros play live.
Or go play
And then-
one. Go play one of them.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, but then you get to watch them live anyway. I'm saying, watch the pros play live. Either play against them or playing, and at that point, you should see the difference. You're like, okay, I don't do that. I'm a long way from making something
You
like that.
missed and I still don't have a shot. What the fuck?
It's something bad. It's just the way they hit the ball. It's like they just hit the ball so clean.
Some of them.
It's just so.
Some of them. Not all
I
of them.
remember seeing too many that don't hit it.
There's not too many that don't, but there's some of them that
They
you
make-
watch and you're just like, how does that person make that ball?
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying. I mean, some of their forms look kind of weird and certainly not orthodox, but the way they actually hit those balls, I haven't seen one that doesn't hit the ball super clean.
It's a couple. Like just like their stroke is like super pokey, and it doesn't look good, but they play good.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Their form might be different. They might look strokey or pokey, but if you actually see the contact of the cue going to the cue ball, that cue ball just looks like. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just very,
It's smooth.
very smooth, very pure hit.
It's like a very Bruce Lee.
But
I'll be back again.
as Benny is looking to kind of let's see what Chris has got to work with here. I don't know if he's going to be going for the corner or the side. Looks like he wants to go for the corner and with the cue over there. He's just checking to see if the 4 ball passes the 8. It looks like from here it's super close. Super close. Obviously it is because they're both looking at it. I don't see why you wouldn't just shoot the side and go up and down with it. It seems like a safer shot. But he's, maybe that's just too much of a cut. Maybe he's just comfortable with that much of a cut on the side pocket. Basically talking himself in the corner, which he hits fine. Now it's a question of did he have enough room to get by and to get a good shot? I mean, getting a good shot at next ball is easy. Always don't leave it on the side rail. Oh, yeah, it looks like it passes. And I don't know if it does or doesn't, but he hit far to the left of that ball. So I guess he was thinking he had to cheat the left side of the pocket. And instead, he just went far, far left. Because Jamey is looking at maybe half of a pocket, or he can go rail first, but you don't really want to do that. You don't want to disturb the 5 ball pitch.
Very nice.
So he does go into it, and works out pretty well for him. But this comes in, looking to stun around. This looks like a pretty promising run out from here. You gotta be a little careful with the 9. You want to be at the bottom end, but the 8 ball is down there to get you a nice shot on it.
Stop, or you want me to come back a little bit?
So the big question is here, shooting the 6, getting it right on the 7, so that the shape you can get down on the far side of the 8, or the left side, at the top of the table from your viewpoint. think you would like to draw that a little bit more. Let's get a little bit more comfortable shot for Chris. But everything should work fine with a nice draw stroke. Ooh. Once again, he goes a little fast. He gets away with it. Goes 2 rails in the other corner. But he just drew so hard now. We got a situation here. I mean, the 8-ball is certainly cuttable. Oh, wait, never mind. They're playing 10-ball, so he made the ball illegally. So Delee has decided that he's going to shoot the shot instead of giving it back. So Chris is looking at the cut, I think, but you don't really want to make the cut. You're going on the wrong side of the 9. Might be banking. He might be playing safe here. I just don't like the cut. He does play the cut, but man, I just do not like that. Now the 9-ball, I guess, is just enough past the pocket. You're kind of asking a lot of your partner here. Because if it hits the corner of that pocket, it's going to be going away from the 10. It is super close. If you hit this ball too fat, it scratches. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just hits the corner, it's going to come backwards. That might be the best case scenario for leaving Chris. He's got a cut on it, but I mean, you really had to hit that ball really well just to have that kind of a shot. That could have gone wrong in a lot more ways. It could have gone right, but it did go right. And Chris is looking for a cut, which he does fine. With 2 rails, no chance for a score. That will. Oops. Uh-oh. There we go. So, puts it at 10-4. This might be the last game before a break. The players did talk about doing a break after 15 games. So you guys in chat, if you guys are still listening, is this going the way that you were expecting it to go? Were you guys expecting a closer game? Were you guys thinking that subbing in Chris would tip the scales a little bit more on their side? Or are you guys all gone night-night? Leaving me by myself, just like John did. That's fine. Let's take a look at break for Benny. So we're breaking from 1 diamond out, 1 diamond across. And we're doing sort of a cut break. I don't know if he cut it on purpose. But because of cut break, he didn't get a lot of transfer through the break. So we got all the balls down table. And Chris is left with a decision. Looks like we're probably going to try to play safe here. Just sort of bank it down. He did try to play safe, got safe. I think that's the standard route. The Glenn believes that Chris Towe has the least amount of experience in this, which, yeah, not really. Jamey and Chris Towe would make a good run out, but from one of them missed a silver ball when 2 rails in the opposite corner. He just took over and played a nice cut on the 8. They made a good run out. So, after a sort of a whiffed break there, down there. This is it's like we're gonna have a little safety battle for a little bit.
Man, I might not even touch the 2-ball right here. I might just push the 10 into the 3 or something.
The 9's pretty tied up anyway, so. Ooh.
That's why I want to do it.
Yeah.
Unless you go 2 rails. I'd go 2 rails, just try to barely touch it.
Right.
Other than that,
I didn't like that. I didn't mind that kick, but you went into it way too. You got to hit that softer so that spin takes. Because to me, I would want to hit it just hard enough to get to the rail and keep it tied up. Just not get the ball in hand.
Who else in the chat, by the way?
Right
Ain't
now,
seen nobody out there, by the way.
Glenn's there.
No, what you guys are doing.
Yeah, Glenn's out there. He's I guess it's just the Glenn and Michael show right now. John just showed up for it.
For real.
Everybody else is sort of taking a break, doing their own thing on this Friday evening. Hope you guys are having a good Friday evening.
For day.
Chris Towe is finding a corner pocket with tons of traffic around somehow.
I'm not sure.
So
Tim on
as he goes scuba diving, Mr. Lee's going to take the ball in hand and he's going to take a look at that 10 ball.
I didn't even think about something like that.
Awesome.
So that's the lines of 10 ball. Chris, nice to see that you and Sarah are watching along. And Chris fires that in the side pocket like it was a hanger. Putting Chris and Benny up to 11.
Good job.
Hey, Rick. Saw that 3 minutes, 15 minutes? 5, 15.
Chris and Glenn get to say, give their salutations to each other. And with that combination, let's see if there's an actual break-in.
Break.
And yeah, it looks like the players are going to take a short break. Yes, we will too.
Yeah. All right. We'll be right back, guys.
Be back in shakes of a layup's tail.
Was that what that is?
That's what Uma Thurman says.
It's time to let your friends know you play for real. Salado is now awarding monthly cash and prizes to players around the world. All you need to do is download the app with your friends and start battling. Playing pool has never been more fun. Add real pressure to your everyday play with Salado. Any matches played, 8-ball, 9-ball, or 10-ball will count toward your monthly ranking. And if you want, you can even choose to submit your match results to Fargo Rate. Want to fill in the gaps between leagues and tournaments and make it count for something? Salado has your back. Pool deserves more people like you. You deserve more pool in your life. Download Salado now and begin the next chapter in your ability. It's time to let your friends know you play for real. Salado is now awarding monthly cash and prizes to players around the world. All you need to do is download the app with your friends and start battling. Playing pool has never been more fun. Add real pressure to your everyday play with Salado. Any matches played, 8-ball, 9-ball, or 10-ball will count toward your monthly ranking. And if you want, you can even choose to submit your match results to Fargo Rate. Want to fill in the gaps between leagues and tournaments and make it count for something? Salado has your back. Pool deserves more people like you. You deserve more pool in your life. Download Salado now and begin the next chapter in your ability. It's time to let your friends know you play for real. Salado is now awarding monthly cash and prizes to players around the world. All you need to do is download the app with your friends and start battling. Playing pool has never been more fun. Add real pressure to your everyday play with Salado. Any matches played, 8-ball, 9-ball, or 10-ball will count toward your monthly ranking. And if you want, you can even choose to submit your match results to Fargo Rate. Want to fill in the gaps between leagues and tournaments and make it count for something? Salado has your back. Pool deserves more people like you. You deserve more pool in your life. Download Salado now and begin the next chapter in your ability. It's time to let your friends know you play for real. Salado is now awarding monthly cash and prizes to players around the world. All you need to do is download the app with your friends and start battling. Playing pool has never been more fun. Add real pressure to your everyday play with Salado. Any matches played, 8-ball, 9-ball, or 10-ball will count toward your monthly ranking. And if you want, you can even choose to submit your match results to Fargo Rate. Want to fill in the gaps between leagues and tournaments and make it count for something? Salado has your back. Pool deserves more people like you. You deserve more pool in your life. Download Salado now and begin the next chapter in your ability.
Basically, you just have this window next to that.
No, I think I just put that.
Well,
Well, this
You want
has
like
the
this.
score on it.
I mean, that one wasn't, but most of them.
Hey, welcome back.
and we are back.
Not yet.
All right,
Too far off.
Yeah, we're back.
now we're back.
Huh? Yours? I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
James is here. Rick James? Or just James?
Thanks for reminding me.
James Towe.
Where's that French? Towe.
Well, no, I mean,
Oh, jeez.
I don't know how the hell
You know, French. They don't like the sounding their T's off.
Is Towe French or Spanish?
I don't know. You have to ask James.
They good point.
Who apparently is here,
Huh?
or at least he was here.
Ooh, he just missed that one ball.
You fix it. You better have the
He was here during the break.
Yeah.
For you guys,
What's the biggest comeback we've seen in this?
I don't really know.
We saw a 10-game comeback one time, I want to say.
I think we did. Now you have to remember, this is still a race 25, so this is a long way to go.
Yeah.
It's been about 2 hours. So,
Yeah, so we got another 2 to 3 hours.
well, if it continues this way, but if Jamie and Chris starts catching a gear, then you're a little bit longer. That's fine. I think most of all just want to see a nice close match. Nobody really works out in a blowout.
Yeah.
Not unless you got,
Money on it.
unless you're sweating it out pretty hard and you're like, I'll take a blowout, just let me win.
$5,000, let's go.
By the way, if you guys are still listening, got nothing to do, you might as well hit the little likes. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, following us, do all the social media punching you're supposed to do.
All the things.
Do all of them.
And if anybody down in Florida that's around a 550 or 600 Fargo rate, let us know. Might be setting up matches pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
And we might bring a camera with us for now.
Who knows?
If we can get something set up ahead of time, I'm not opposed to bringing a camera. Camera and a mic. Mobile setup.
One of the guys was talking to one of the players down there was mentioning something about getting a tournament going over at Moonshiners in Brazelton. And maybe getting us to come over there, setting up and streaming one of the tables. I think it would be kind of nice if we could stream two.
What kind of tables they got there?
They have 8-foot tables. I want to say they're golf round. I'm not golf round, but I could be wrong. I know they're not diamonds, but I know they're 8-foot tables.
Okay.
So speaking of moonshiners, they were also saying that I'm going to look that up. They're saying that Moonshiners in Buford is opening soon, and apparently there was a Facebook post that I missed or I haven't seen yet. Let's see if
What are they?
Get out of there.
Whoa, man, Jamie just crashed inside pocket. Not what he wanted.
so.
Want to give yourself a little bit of angle on the 7. Should be able to draw it back out for the 8. Not too bad. Yeah.
So it looks like they
7-4.
posted last week in the Buford one about their patio concept. But there's really nothing saying when they're going to be opening. So
They got an outside pool table.
no. But the original plans, I think, called for 4 pool tables. And they're saying that maybe they're looking at 6 pool tables now. They're looking at sub-foot diamonds.
Okay.
So 6 is a lot better than 4. It's hard to run leagues on 4 tables.
Oh yeah.
We've
Well-
got experience. It's hard to run leagues on 4 tables. We have experience. I mean, comfortable.
Yeah, that is true. I think if it's a traveling league, it's not too bad. But
Yeah, but
I think it gets a whole different,
Good shot. 2 to the corner.
whole different mess of where you're gonna be and all that shit.
so,
There it is.
so
Number 12.
just looking to close it up, and he does. Fires it in. But yeah, I don't see much else on it. I don't know if you guys have a inside scoop of Moonshiners Buford,
Straight on.
but I'm up that way on Thursday, so I wouldn't mind checking it out
Take a chance, miss a shot.
when it gets open.
What's it this we went to the other day? Called Sirs. You have 2 7-foot diamonds. In case nobody knew.
2 smart tables.
Yeah, too smart.
7-foot smart pool tables, so.
They didn't play too bad. They played pretty good.
Now, what is it, $6 now? That's what they charge?
$6 now, I think, something like that.
Yeah, it's
Not too bad.
I think it's $2 a game or $5 for $5 for 5 games. Something. I don't remember exactly. Or it's
I just hit the hour button. I
Yeah, I
didn't
did
pay too much
too.
attention to it.
yeah, it's $6 in for an hour. 6 or 8? No, I think.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's a 7-foot diamond. If you're not paying by the hour, you're paying too much.
I think some okay player there.
But they did.
Say,
They have a small group of tight knit
Buddies.
buddies that they have a little online group, a Facebook group that they arrange to do things with and sort of help each other get better. It's like somewhat newer players that are maybe playing for about a year, maybe a year and a half. It's really got into it and trying to get organized, which is good.
No,
We don't have enough of that, I don't think.
not anymore. There's like a lot of clicks, I guess.
There's some clicks, but not that so organized. I don't think. At least doesn't seem like.
No, those are all younger guys though.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's kind of a younger generation kind of thing.
Right. But that's good. That means that there's people of younger generation that are getting into pool.
That's true.
Which is a lot tougher to happen with given all the other options that are already to do.
See a big old wall of balls you can hide behind.
So it's interesting. I don't know how many people are younger. Probably not too many in this chat, but I mean, as far as like being, Gen Z, very recent millennials. But I was thinking how people talk about, with video games. Cool. But I wonder if after a while, if people start realizing that, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's an elite level video gamers, but there's a lot more involved in something like playing pool than there would be playing pool on your computer,
Yeah.
where you have just little feedback.
I think it's a lot harder though.
Well, yeah.
No, I mean, like, I think a lot of people tend to kind of go for the easier things that keep them entertained than the.
Yeah, but that's sort of my point. It's like there might be a point where you realize, like, this is just too easy. Let's actually go for something that's a lot more challenging.
I see what you're saying.
And then really appreciate something like pool or something like that requires a lot more muscle involvement, muscle memory than what you get from playing video games. So
Maybe it's possible.
yeah.
But it seems like there's a lot of like kind of sports like that they can take up aside from pool.
Yeah.
Like they could go cornhole or
Pickleball is becoming a big
pickleball
thing.
becoming a big thing.
But I would still rather see people playing something like pickleball than video games, because pickleball is still going to be a lot more physically demanding. It's still going to be.
I like video games though.
Yeah,
I like
video games are fun.
Call of Duty and
Yeah, I mean it's fun. You put yourself in a world that doesn't exist in. It's
yeah.
you do a lot of things in video games that you're just legally not allowed to do.
You get shot in Wolverine, you don't die.
Yeah, I know. You get to, and you look at Grand Theft Auto. I mean, boy, you get to do a lot of fun things that will get you in a lot of trouble in the real world. But but then again, after a while, you realize like, something as simple as playing pool on your phone or on your computer, where it sort of aims for you and you can see the line. Stroke's always perfect. And then you get on the real pool table and you're like, man, this is nothing like that. It's actually funny. It's reminds me of an old South Park episode when the Guitar Hero was really popular.
Yeah.
And so the kids had Guitar Hero and they're playing it, and then it's like, you guys want to see a real guitar? And you start playing the guy, and the kids are like, that's just lame.
South Park had some of those on the
on
the nose.
Yeah, they were definitely ahead of the ideas what's going on. But and again, later on, you're like, man, guitar sounds a lot better than some computer generating a guitar sound.
I know what here. It'd be kind of funny. I don't know if you've ever watched them. They bring out YouTube videos where they'll say like, "Hey, if you can beat my friend, you get like $100. If you can beat this other friend, you get $500."
Let's see. Okay.
So they do that stuff for stuff like I don't know, like bench press or something like that. It'd be funny to see with pool one time. Get somebody that's like 700 plus out there and go to a college. You beat my friend, you get $100. All right, cool.
I mean, I remember years ago, a long time ago, you go to the Renaissance Festival, and there'd be a guy that you could just play chess. You paid $20 to play chess.
Dude, you can still do that in New Orleans.
Oh, can you? I haven't seen here. Well, no, I mean, as far as like just a little side game at the Renaissance Fair, not like
I don't think you took that.
no, you didn't get around there. I don't mean like a park that's designed for chess. I'm saying.
Nah, like in New Orleans at nighttime,
Yeah.
there'll be dudes on the street that have like chessboards set up, and they'll gamble with you to play the chess.
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's more.
It's not a park or anything. It's
Well,
just,
no,
they set it
it's-
up as a vessel.
But this is when you go to Renaissance Fair. It's like these are all just fun games, and it's all they lead and say, "Yeah, this guy who's like, has this old looking chessboard. It's like, play me $20. Pay me $20. I'll play with you, and if you win, I'll pay you $20."
Yeah.
But you're not gambling. You're just like you're bought. You paid the guy to win. And of course, he's a high level chess player. He's just going on while talking to you and joking around and making you have fun and enjoy the experience. Boy, it's really good.
Effort seems to do that.
I mean, Everett's a great player, but yeah, he's. I tell you, I think he focuses more on his chess game than he does pool game. Like, you watch him play
Nowadays,
chess.
yeah.
You watch him play chess. I mean, he's really focused on where he's looking at.
He's a good pool. Yeah, he's a good chess player.
Yeah, he's a really. But it's like, something that, the equivalent in pool, it's a hanger. And so he just gets out and does it.
Yeah, that's true. He's going for the symbol right here.
Going for the 10 on the corner?
Yeah, we're going for the 10 in the corner.
I guess. I mean, it kind of makes sense with the balls being tied down there.
This is a little harder than the last one they had. This one's harder than the last
Weird. Why not just play the run out breakout?
The breakout was a little difficult.
See, this is what I don't like about shots like that. Now you've actually got 10 close to the hole. So a legitimate shot on the 10 is possible now. You can actually play off the 5 into the 10. He just called it. Yeah, he's going to play off the 5 into the 10.
Now it looks like he's going to break it out, though, if he does that.
I think he might make the 5.
Ooh, almost.
But yeah, that's what I didn't like about Chris's shot. You're running the risk of giving your opponents an easier shot of winning the game.
He's got such a far lead right now, and maybe that's the reason.
That's a bad try. That's a mentality to get into.
That's what people do, though. That's a reality.
This should be a 3 rail, exactly. 3 rail.
Safe, unless he makes it.
Oh, that's a goal.
Option.
Guess what? He gets to shoot again.
Option.
He's going to the luxury of getting to shoot again. He's going to say, that's a good shot. You get to shoot again. Oh, I didn't call that. It's like, don't you worry. You get to shoot again.
What the heck?
All right, now here comes Chris complaining. What in the hell?
Oh my god.
Don't worry about it. You'll get credit for it. Keep shooting.
I think I might just roll the 8 ball up to the center here.
No, without the cubes, though. Because it can something tight up.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, lock it up a little more, I guess.
It's going to get up.
That's what I'm thinking about, just trying to get the egg down there.
Maybe.
And if they
I still like.
You can roll the 9 ball into it.
That 9 is so big. Okay, let's get past the 8 so you can hit this one.
Maybe he's going to move the 10.
Don't want to. Oh, he played your shot.
Yeah.
He played your shot, but.
He popped it out a little far.
You wonder what that achieved.
Now he's just going to find himself on the other side of the 7. Well, they don't have 3 foul, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He's looking to try to make the 10 here.
Did he just pick up the. No.
Yeah. He touched the 8 ball.
Some people thought he picked up like a number ball. Did
He picked up the 10 ball.
he just pick up the 9 ball or what?
He's going for the.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
I kind of have a problem with this. You're not selling out anything. You know?
Yeah, I don't think you're selling
Yeah,
it.
you get space, you get a free shot at the 10.
Depends on how hard you hit the 6.
It shouldn't be. It should be super thin.
There
Okay.
you go. Yeah, then you like.
He hit it way thicker than he should have.
Do we count that as commentator's curse? He did it a little bit.
He hit it way thicker and way harder than he needed to. I mean, he just needed to thin that ball and just roll it up to the 10 to make it.
You know, in those cases, like, if the other player, like, if Chris isn't comfortable with that shot, like, I don't know if I'd really want him to shoot a shot like that. Because it's a fairly complicated shot.
Yes, it is. You've got to be used to feathering balls. Oh, my goodness.
Shit. Let's see what they got.
So this is where I wish we had a camera on Chris Lee. See his reaction. Maybe not see his physical reaction, but I'd like to read his mind. We won this game. Yeah, that's a wow. Definitely.
If I got straight on 7, though, that's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Because
It's a fun shot. If you're feeling good about your stroke, you hit this with inside. And let it just come past the 8 ball.
Yeah.
I like that shot. If you had too much inside, maybe you should down take.
I just like shooting it nice and slow down a little bit.
That's what he did.
Oh, he did. Oh, he went off the rail on accident.
But even nice and slow, like a fan.
Yeah, you want it to be on the other side of. I mean,
Yeah, you got to come some river here now.
yeah, that's unfortunate.
But honestly, this is just make the ball. Just make the ball hard enough to make it. Hit a little bit of top. It'd be fun.
Well,
I mean, I don't
maybe.
see how you go wrong.
you could lay on the 9. That could put you wrong.
What a shot.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
There's so many good things happening.
He's golden like a feather.
There's so many good. Feathers golden.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, there's just so many good things happening. Sometimes your odds of success, even though you don't know what the success is going to be, the odds of success are so high. It's good. All possible outcomes.
Hey, yo.
Good.
Yeah.
Chris.
Well,
The 5. Good comeback right now. Won't be 7 games back. Chris is Lee knocking on the door, being halfway done.
You guys throw hat and hat.
I'm not.
So I joined this workout group Wednesday morning, a bunch of guys in the neighborhood.
that's good. What are you thinking about the match so far?
5:30 in the morning. And it's this outdoor thing. They
I
all, it's like 11.
can't say there's any surprises with Chris and Benny for me right now.
Good group of guys.
There's been a lot of surprises with Jamey and Chris, though.
Fellowship.
Jamie's missing a lot of shots that he typically doesn't
They
miss.
tell me, they're like, all right, at the end.
And Chris is just looks nervous. I mean, he just looks like
So we
he's
finished.
just not comfortable. I don't know if it's the environment or if it's the fact that because he sometimes early on the streaming gets in there, but I think he goes way after him.
Do you think that is how he normally plays though, or do you think that we're seeing like?
No, I don't think this is.
Okay.
I
That's
couldn't-
well, I should play a lot cooler.
This is another thing that's interesting about Scotch doubles
Long story
in
short,
matches like this, where that there's a
No, it ain't.
there's a little skin in the
We
game.
got a runnable rack right now.
So when you have skin in the game and you pick your partner,
I didn't tell
you
them.
know, you have to already have some innate trust and you have to know the game or they can close the game out for you.
Or landed on the launch pad.
Yeah. Try pull it out a little bit because it's going to kind of assist a little. That's it.
All right.
Through all those other balls.
So the fact that
One long, so.
Jamey Dyer, he's been on stream quite a bit. He's not a bad player. He's got good judgment on other players. So it tells me that Chris can play. That what we're seeing is not typical in Chris's everyday game. So, and that being said, Jamie's not playing at his comfort level either. So he's missing balls. He's getting more comfortable now.
Yeah. He seems to do that a fair bit when he comes on stream now. He like starts off kind of slow and he picks it up as he goes.
So it'll be interesting to see if Chris and Jamie can get a few more. Like right there, I mean, he jumped up and he just made a long fall, but he came straight up with his cues, so he lost a lot of energy by coming upwards with it.
Yeah.
Or that if you stay down, you get a relaxed stroke,
Yeah.
that ball would have drawn
You really
20 miles away.
Yeah, you really gotta like have a good stroke for a shot like that.
Well, I mean, you just have to maintain a good stroke through the whole stroke.
There we go. That was a good stop
'Cause I
shot.
think Chris has a good stroke. You could tell there's a good stroke in there. He's just getting the weight of himself before he lets it hold the stroke. Like right there is an
He
example.
Jumped up a
He
little.
jumped up a little bit, but not nearly as severe as it was. And you couldn't get a stroke to the ball. He got the cue ball about where he wanted.
It looked like his cue went up a little bit. Though.
Yeah,
Like it definitely went up going through the ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's my point. Is that you could see the extreme early.
Oh,
it wasn't
he-
pretty.
He tried to put left on that or something. And
Yeah,
it
well-
he hit it too soft.
Well,
It took-
it looked like he decelerated. He gave up on the stroke.
yeah, it did look like that.
So there's a lot of deceleration, and that's going to make that sort of go out on itself.
That would have been probably the run out for him if he had made that shot too. Ball. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Because the 7 and the 8 seemed pretty given for the 10.
And I now, and I don't want to place blame, but I mean, there could also be the fact that Chris has watched Jamie miss shots that he's not expected to miss, and that's got his head. And so he's not really focused on his game properly because in the back of his head, he's watching Jamie do things like he just did. And so this is it's interesting the sort of symbiotic type relationship that players have with each other, that if one of them starts going bad, you'll see it going bad for the other two.
Yeah, that is true. That is
And
true.
if you can't, and of course,
I think I thrive a little bit better.
but I mean, it's the job of the other player to help them get out.
Yeah, that is true.
And the way you get them out is by showing confidence in your game and saying, hey, I got confidence in your game also. Not only do I have confidence in my game, I got confidence enough in you that I'm going to shoot this ball like this and let you shoot this. And a lot of times that will get them out of it. They're like, okay, well, he's got the confidence in me. He knows I can do it. I can do it. So I'm just going to do it.
Just do it.
Yeah, and then they'll do it.
Just like Nike.
Exactly. So it's, and maybe a lot of that also comes with the experience of playing their partner enough and saying, hey, yeah, you know, I know you can do this. It might look like a tough shot.
Give Johnny back.
I know, yeah, I know you.
Corner in the corner on the side.
I have no doubt you're gonna get it.
Is that why you play partners with me? A couple times.
But
It's always bad.
and it's sometimes I just like a good challenge. Yeah. No, I enjoy playing doubles with you.
Yeah. I enjoyed playing doubles with you too. You're definitely a different type of player than I am.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
one thing about us. We do have very different styles sometimes. So, but that to me is also the fun thing about playing partners is that you have to learn to adjust your game
To the style
to
you're
the style of
playing.
your partner because you know they're going to be comfortable shooting. Because you don't want to put your partner in an uncomfortable position if you can help it. So be like, okay, I mean, I'm going to play shape here. I don't like the shape, but it doesn't matter. I'm not shooting the shape.
Yeah, but it's good knowing that like your partner can shoot a difficult shot.
Well, no,
Or your
it's free.
partner can kick a rail or two if they need to.
I'll play some backwards cut that typically they would not like because
Yeah.
you like the backwards cut. So you play shape for it, and then, well, okay, I don't like it.
I've had that problem before. I've just played a backwards cut and they're like, what am I supposed to do with this? I'm like, it's a backwards cut. Just cut it.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah. But then again, you know, if you're somebody who doesn't like backwards cut, but you're
exactly.
like, my partner likes backwards cut, and we just leave it for him, and then you just walk away. You're like, hey, it's not my problem. He likes it. He'll make it.
I feel like it's a good pool player though. You have to almost be comfortable with like anything.
Yes.
Yeah. Any kind of shot, no matter what it is.
Yeah.
I will say too, like since I started playing one pocket, like I've gotten a lot better at kicking and like being able to stick a cue ball. That's helped with that like tremendously.
Well, one thing I would say, if you are interested in making your game better, one general rule in training, practicing anything else or even games, if you want to be a better player, you have to learn how to play in uncomfortable situations or playing in territory you've never been in.
Like what?
Yeah. So forcing yourself to practice shots or put yourself in position to shoot shots that you usually don't shoot.
Oh, okay, I got you saying.
You know, put yourself in new territory, new grounds. And that's one thing with playing partners with somebody that you don't know very well.
You're
It's
gonna be in that
do.
situation a lot.
You're going to find yourself in very uncomfortable situations, and you just have to deal with it. And then you train your brain to deal with it and start seeing the shots. And suddenly those uncomfortable situations, because you're never there, become comfortable because you've gotten there enough times.
Yeah.
And that will overall improve your total pool game. So if there's any reason I was just playing partners with people, it's for that. Because, you know, maybe there's shots that you never set yourself up for that your partner will set you up for. And now you're like, oh, my brain's not seen this shot.
Are there any tournaments we can play Scotch Doubles in?
Oh, yeah.
Are we too high? We're not too high?
No, I mean, I'm sure they have like high-level events where 700s can play with each other.
I wish that was a 700. That'd be cool.
It's hard to find. They do exist. I did in Vegas. They did have minis. That was
Like a 1400.
it was 1200,
Okay, 1200. Yeah, we give you 1200.
or maybe it was 1400 or 1350. So
1400 would be crazy.
I think the 14 was. I think they did have a 1400 cap on one.
It's Shane playing like a 400. You're so good, bro.
But I remember they had a cap that was much higher than the standard Scotch doubles they had.
Oh, really?
And the standard Scotch doubles, it caps at 1200.
Going for a jump.
So I think they did have a 1400
1400.
or a 1250 or something like that.
1250 is even. That's pretty high. We need like 1200 at least, right?
Yeah.
That was a good hit.
Yeah, we would be able to play in 1100.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a couple of people. There you go. One thing I realized, like, I kind of stopped playing recently. I started just going to the gym a lot.
Mhm.
And, like, when I do play, it seems to be a little bit more consistent than when I wasn't going to the gym.
Yeah, it definitely makes a huge difference.
Sometimes I've like my arms are like really shaky though.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're, oh, I don't think that's going to get a rail.
Did not get a rail.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. If you're working out muscles that you use for playing pool, then
Yeah,
that,
my arm gets really shaky.
yeah, or do jelly or something.
But even with like a shaky arm, it does still seem to be pretty like accurate after a few minutes of playing, which is
Right.
weird.
But I mean, you know, if you're working out other muscles and those muscles can learn to relax, you know, when you're actually shooting. But I think even more important is just getting on cardio, and it just helps build endurance, build stamina.
I hardly do any cardio.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you do. You don't do any,
Not too
you don't
much.
do any high intensity.
Like 5 minutes of high intensity just to get ready for a workout. A lot of times.
Okay.
That's it.
I figured you'd do more high intensity stuff during your workout.
No, it's all low intensity. Well, it's high intensity, but it's low. It's not like cardiovascular kind of work.
Oh, okay. Would be like, you know, where you're doing like hard reps, and then in between you're doing a lot of movements, you know, like step type
Oh
exercises.
no.
You know,
No, I don't really superset.
cardio doing
Yeah.
a lot more, and then you go back to something like that.
So while I'm working out, my heart rate normally stays in like the 100 range.
Mhm.
Like while I'm working out, like 100, 110.
Mhm.
But when I'm doing cardio, it normally stays in like the 120 to 140, 150 range. So
Or actually,
yeah, mine doesn't.
crazy. You go crazy with cardio.
I bet you do. I bet you do.
But what you know, the cardio allows your blood flow to get through, which means you're getting more into your brain, so you're thinking clear. You won't realize it unless you're just watching the results and you're like, oh my god, this is just, it's like I see the shots better, you know.
I think that's a very true thing too. Like when you're doing like a lot of working out and stuff, like your brain is better at functioning.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're allowing a lot more oxygen to get to the brain. It's and because your brain uses a ton of energy when it thinks.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's using a ton of energy. So now that it's getting even more energy fed to it.
It kind of makes me wonder what the right nutrition is for the brain, though. Like the brain and the body for things like that, because like carbohydrates, I would think would be like the right way to go, like a moderate carbohydrate
Yeah, I
diet.
mean, you have to have energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it also helps brain function, but you also want enough salt. But at the same time, if you were probably on something like a carnivore diet, I would imagine that would make your brain pretty clear when you were shooting too. And also calms you down a little bit more. Seems like you're not like a damned when you're doing those types of diets, but it's kind of weird to think about. Orlando. What's up,
Money.
fellas? Trying to get. Hey man, there's people in the chat right now. I just gotta ask them. I think there might have been a few people in here asking for it. So Gwen said, as an old guy, do you think stamina or fast twitch small muscles are more important?
We're talking for pool.
For pool, I'm trying to think of the difference between the two when it comes to stabilization. I want to say that your slow twitch fibers are better for stabilization, if I can remember correctly. So like heavier compound workouts versus like functional workouts. Slow twitch fibers would be the thing that you would want to train, I believe. But cardiovascular tends to be in the fast twitch muscle group. So realistically, functional workouts would probably be the best way to go. There's actually a big workout group that's here in Georgia called S03, I think. They meet up in the mornings. Training with those guys would actually probably be really beneficial for a pool player because it's military-esque style workouts. So, they'd probably help a lot if somebody was looking for that type of uptick in their day-to-day lives.
You know, you're talking pool player, right?
Yes.
Okay. So early in the morning and military style. You're not selling it very well. That's all I'm saying.
I'm sorry, man. I don't think that I could ever sell working out to anybody very well at all, anyways.
Yeah, but I'm saying.
I did make that style workout for somebody. I made an app that actually has that type of workout on it for somebody, and I gave it to them. But it's like 3 days a week, and it's an endurance style workout, so it'll hit mostly fast twitch muscle groups.
I think stamina is hugely important, and it's not just so much that you're not falling asleep after a few hours of playing. It's really about the fact that your brain is alert, and functioning at a high level for that time.
Yeah, well, your
It's
stamina.
not so much that you're physically getting tired; it's the fact you're mentally not getting tired.
Yeah, your stamina and your fast twitch muscle groups would work out together, though, because that would be the cardiovascular side.
Right.
So those two would really go hand in hand. But the slow twitch is what's different. That would be more like stabilization style muscles.
Which is still important.
Which there's a guy who does like a workout called like knees over toes or something like that, and I think he does a lot of like stabilization style workouts. But I really don't know too much about his. I just read a little bit about it and heard a little bit about it.
So it's interesting though, because when I took the clinic with Mark Wilson, I did ask him about exercise regimens that he feels, and he really had no opinion. It's like he almost never even thought that much about it. He'll say that you should be working out and you should be exercising, but as far as like what kind of exercises are best, he really never put into that much thought.
Oh, really?
I mean, for most people, especially somebody like me, it's just getting back to working out would be huge. Just the fact of doing it, not so much what you're doing isn't as important right now as just getting to it, and then from there go. I mean,
Are there any workouts specifically for pool? No, I don't think anybody's really ever looked into it so much. Honestly, I think it's just the money. Like, there's not as much money in pool as there is golf, so you don't really have people that take it that far into it. Yeah.
Study much into it.
If I was to guess though, I would say probably shoulder workouts and tricep workouts was probably the money in pool, because that's the muscle groups that really get used the most in pool.
I mean, I don't know any pro player that doesn't do cardio.
Yeah, every pro player does cardio. But I think that like cardio is one of those weird workouts where no matter what you do in life, like about cardio.
Yeah.
Right? Not everybody understands like how to work out a shoulder properly.
Right.
Not everybody understands that you have like 3 heads of a tricep. Right. But everybody understands that I can do cardio and it's going to help me to some degree.
Right.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So, like, scientifically looking at it, like, it's just never been looked at for pool. I actually did look on PubMed to see if somebody had ever looked at it before. Nobody ever looked at it.
Yeah. I mean, the fact is, moving-wise, there's not a lot of muscles involved in pool
Yeah.
moving. I mean, you're just looking at, and to me, a lot of those exercises should be more. I mean, you should be training the muscles, but you should be able to have them where there's a lot of flexibility in the muscles too, so that you're not getting tight, so you have larger range. Because I'm seeing a lot of people that when they shoot, they can't come in all the way for some reason. Their arm just gets to a point that they just stop because it just tightens up too much. They can't get loose enough to come all the way in for a full stroke.
Yeah, so if you ever talk to a physical therapist, they'll tell you this. There's proper ways and improper ways to actually even work out like those types of muscles. Mm-hmm. And to really do it the proper ways, you have to have enough flexibility in those muscles.
Yeah, that's
so like one with your arm, like you're talking about, is a lot of times they will make you set your arm against the floor and see like what your flexation is, like going forward and going down, and they'll work on that as well as tell you like, hey, you also need to work out this group, whether it be whatever workout it is. Mm-hmm. But the other part of that too is like there is the contraction of the muscle, which is what a lot of people focus on, but there's also the stretch of the muscles in working out too.
You're working the opposite. Yeah.
That's something that even like a lot of people in the gym kind of miss, is they forget to really like stretch all the way out. Mm-hmm. And that's really a big chunk of the movement.
Yeah. I also wonder, I mean, people who work a lot do this, but if you're doing certain contracting exercises, it's not just that you're pulling it up is that when you're coming back down, go very slowly down.
And that would be the stabilization. That would be your slow twitch muscle fibers
Right.
really doing that.
So if you're coming with a good one and just like letting it drop down, you're actually hurting yourself as far as your training. So
Definitely. Yeah, controlling it on the way down, especially like because I think that working out till failure is a much better way to work out than focusing on what they call reps in reserve, which is like not working out to failure, but you're basically like leaving a little bit more room for your muscles to like not be as sore.
right.
Yeah. But working out till failure will really cause those to like grow and contract and expand.
Well, yeah. But in a match, I have to bend at the waist, excess. So, I would say on things like that, what I've noticed for me in the past that's made a big difference isn't so much the exercise, but the relaxation. So maybe finding somebody who, maybe find a masseuse or somebody who does massages to really loosen those muscles up might make, because I'll tell you right now, every time I've played in a match that's had somebody who actually does a chair massage,
Yeah.
the next match I play phenomenal. I'm just so relaxed. I mean, there's nothing tight to feel knots.
Really?
Oh, and I'm just so loose, and everything's loose, and everything's just come together. Even the massage chairs makes a difference. Not as much as somebody doing, specific massaging, but you'd be surprised if you can find, if you're at an event that has somebody who actually does massages, take advantage of it. See what happens, and see what happens in your next match.
Kind of interesting.
That is, because for me, I've killed somebody that had no business beating because I was just right after the massage. I was so relaxed. This happened in Florida, and I was just so relaxed.
And you were like,
and you just get down to the ball. There's no tight. You're just like it's like a glove at that point. It just worked out great.
I'm not really too sure on that stuff, Glenn. I would imagine though that it does matter. I just don't know if it would matter as much as like your shoulder and your tricep would matter, because the majority of the time when you are actually on the table and bent over, your body's in sort of like a tripod position almost. But I would imagine that your core would actually matter probably just as much as probably your lower back, and I would imagine probably your lats and probably your like lower lat muscles would matter. Yes, I really don't know. Like it's never been studied. I tried to look it up on PubMed to see if somebody had looked at it before, but nobody had ever really looked at it before for pool. And golf is a much different stance. Yeah. So I would imagine that the primary muscles.
A lot of muscles in action.
Yeah, a lot more muscles in action. Well, in a different way, too. Yeah.
Where, I mean, a lot of pool is more stabilizing.
You're also using them much longer periods of time.
Well, that's true. Yeah. But it's just more of getting a relaxed stance, having the muscles so that they're stabilized, relaxed, so you're not generating, you're not jumping up. Versus golf, where you're actually using a lot of muscles in motion during the stroke.
Yeah.
So, that's, I don't want to say apples and oranges, but it kind of is.
I wonder if just like mind-muscle connection kind of matters a lot too, because like a lot of people, what they'll do is they don't realize it, but to really contract like one muscle, they'll end up contracting like 5 or 6. So like if you have good mind-muscle connection, you can contract just the one muscle by itself.
That's getting way beyond my pay grade.
So I wonder if like that kind of matters too, but like I said, it's never studied.
Jamey, try it. That was a nice attempt. I mean, by Danny there.
Yeah, Danny.
You have to remember. I mean, this is a good conversation. It's actually a very helpful conversation. But I remember there's a match going on.
Oh yeah. Sorry guys. My bad.
Benny and Chris are flirting, getting to 15.
They are almost at 15 right now.
Get that 10 point. That's
he almost got it.
So I mean, for shots like that, for you guys wondering about the table, how tight it is, it's like, it's not so loose that something like that would just fall.
And he wasn't like too far off.
And he didn't hit hard. It's not like he jammed it or anything. But I mean, some of these shots you can still have to hit in the hole. So some shots, yes, it's kind of forgiving, and so you just assume it's an easy playing table. And in some respects it is, but in other respects, like that, I will say this. So I will say this, and I've said this 50,000 times in this stream. If you get used to the way this table plays and you start expecting it to play loose, you're going to get shots like that. You're going to get lazy. You're going to get sort of complacent with your stroke, thinking, oh, it'll allow this bad stroke. You can get away with murder. And you can't get away with murder on this table. You can get away with a lot, but you can't get away with murder on this table. So you still have to focus on your fundamentals, and you have to focus on your stroke and your game.
Yeah, you do have to.
Because you get too relaxed on this table, it'll eat you out.
It's not a valley.
No. It's not the easiest table. It's certainly not the hardest. I mean, it is easier than most hard tables. But
Those tables at Mazzy's, though, those feel like I could do almost anything.
those tables you can't get away with murder times.
I could spin this. Fucking, let's go.
But yeah, I mean, this table, it's actually a good table to practice on just for the mental side of staying focused through the whole thing. If you stay focused with it, yeah, the table's good.
Yeah, and it's not too hard of a table, but it's not too easy of a table, too. It's right there in between. Towe can get hot. What are the comeback odds? Let's go.
Yeah, I mean,
somebody may give me good odds.
Like I said, I think so. I think.
Oh, is he going to go for the 10?
I don't.
You got to call one or the other. You can call
I
him.
don't know if he's looking at the 10 or if he's just trying to figure out the cue ball's going to come off the 10.
I would imagine it would come off the 10. It looks pretty far back. I would just draw it.
I mean, you're kind of digging down. I don't know if you're jacked up over the 9 or not.
Nah, it doesn't look like you're jacked up over the 9, but you definitely jacked up a little when you're on the rail.
You know who we haven't seen DC today?
Jerry. It's not a Cenas. He might be busy.
He's out there with the ladies.
On a date.
He's got the ladies to consider.
Yeah, he wants to go off the 10 on this.
What if Nisi came in the booth for like 10 minutes?
Oh, he'd pop up.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's up, Nisi?
Oh,
Nisi's in the chat.
Gary today.
Around Dyer today. Oh, is he? He's going for the 10.
He went for the 10.
Now I kind of want to talk more about the muscle group stuff. I mean, it is a very interesting topic, and it's not really something that's been studied very much.
Maybe that's what you should do. You'll find a
EMG machine.
No. Find somebody who's a good personal trainer who may have trained with some pool players. Have them on a podcast. Say, hey, talk about muscles.
I got a good physical therapist who might hook us up.
But,
He don't play pool though.
That would be an interesting kind of podcast. I don't know how long it would be, but it would be interesting enough to say, hey, this is informative and entertaining, and like you learn a lot.
See what we can learn. Nothing destroys your game more than a nagging injury during play. It takes your mental energy breathing.
Oh, that is so true.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Welcome, Joe, by the way.
Yeah, welcome, Joe.
Welcome to the chat.
I think that's true. Sometimes it seems like I can have a pain though, and like just while I'm playing, it like disappears. Like
Power through it.
not really power through it. It's just like a mental thing. Almost like I forget about it. And I don't remember until I stop playing. But it doesn't happen right away. Like something in my brain's gotta take it like away. If that makes sense. Like my focus has to be on one thing, and then the other thing just disappears for a temporary time.
Now, I think what Joe's talking about though is that let's say you have some early onsetting arthritis, or maybe
Oh yeah, that would be painful.
It's just but not to the point that it's like bone pain, but enough where it's just a very annoying, constant annoying that you're having to sort of work through. And that's definitely part of the things about getting older.
Oh yeah,
I can tell that.
Yoga, knees over toes. Yeah, that's what that guy does. Knees over toes. Dynamic flexibility.
For some reason, I'm reading supple and leopard together. Okay.
Strength coach for the military. Nothing.
Nothing.
Oh, I heard something. Oh, I heard something. I heard
Cool.
something.
What? Which branch?
About that. I was hitting too hard.
I can go on break for about 15 minutes. You guys can
What?
talk about strength training in the military. In case you don't know, John here is a veteran.
Yeah. A veteran.
Veteran.
Actually, I got a picture of me that's like on the wall.
Yeah, right above.
From the military.
Right above where Chris is sitting. I believe.
Yeah. I got my.
I don't know.
My,
I mean, he's got a picture of some kid, some little baby faced kid.
It has
I don't know who it is.
no beard at all.
Yeah, no beard, nothing. They actually. So I don't know who that kid is, but he's got a picture of some kid in uniform.
I used to be in charge of PT when I was in the military, but yeah, but it's a lot like military PT is a lot different, or at least it was for us at that time.
So it's been so long now. I forget all the classes of uniforms. So class 2,
Class 2. What do you mean?
there's class B. Is it B or 2? The uniform that you take a picture in.
Oh, that's an alpha.
Alpha.
Alphas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's our alphas.
Okay, so that had a different name than class 2. Maybe it's the difference between Marines and the Army, or maybe it's just RTC.
Maybe. I don't
Because
know.
RTC, because you had your BDUs, which are your fatigues. The fatigues, BDUs.
Yeah, BTUs are. Well, the BTUs are like the digi camis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
The Marine Corps doesn't really call them BTUs, but the Navy does.
Okay, and then, because like I said, my experience is going to North Georgia, which was an ROTC school, so just knowing what they call babies.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And then you had I thought there was class 1, class 2. Class 1s I thought were like the formal, fully decked out, like you're going to
Dress wear.
you're going out to like a ball or something, so you have this full
It might be.
formal. And then the class 2s was more of the, it's still dressed up, but not like you're going to some shindig. It's like just
A lot of those things do seem like kind of very branch to branch, and
yeah.
other than like the Navy and the Marine Corps, like I didn't really have too much to do with the other branches. Army's got their own program. OFP,
And then you got the Air Force.
the
Whatever.
Air Force.
The Air Force. I did see a little short, or what do you want to call it, where somebody's like, a guy that goes to the bar where they offer military discounts. You from the Army. Oh, really? Tell me what battalion were you at? Discount. Guy comes in from the Marines and he goes, oh, really? What? He would ask him certain things that only Marines would know, and he'd answer the question. He goes, here's your discount. Next guy comes out and goes, I'm from the Air Force. And he goes, okay, here's your discount. Because nobody would lie. Nobody's going to lie and say they're in the Air Force.
Actually ended up in the Marine Corps incident. Like I went to the recruiter to be in the Coast Guard.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. And they told me it was going to be an 8-month waiting period.
Mm.
So I went next door to talk to the Air Force recruiter, and they were gone. They weren't even there.
Yeah, because the Air
And
Force,
the Marine Corps recruiter was like right there, and he was like, "Hey, what you doing, buddy?"
the Air Force is like, we're not here to work. We got things to do.
And I told him, I was like, "How fast can you get me out?" And he was like, "Wait, what?" It's like, "Yeah, how fast can you get me out?" And, oh, I can get you out in like a month. I was like, "Fucking deal,
Let's go. See, this is a point where it's like, I don't know if we keep talking a little about the armed forces.
That's a
Because
good
right
shot.
now-
That's a good
because
shot.
Right now, Chris and Jamey are looking pretty good.
They're looking pretty good. That looks good right now."
Comment on looking good and do what I do best, which makes them up making this. So out of nowhere, I don't know why I'm even bringing this up. In fact, we're talking about military and recruitment and stuff, but I'm reading Starship Troopers.
I mean, that's kind of a military.
It
It's like
is.
Space Force almost.
It is. It's actually an interesting book because it starts off where he talks about his recruitment period. But what's interesting in the book is it's a future, and it's not like the movie at all. But the recruiters are all basically trying to talk all the recruits out of joining.
Oh yeah, because they were going like straight to war. Like as soon as
Well, Well,
hit the ground.
but they're trying to weed out anybody who actually wants to be there or not. But they will do it. They're doing everything to talk you out of it.
That's kind of interesting.
So yeah, but like I said, the book is not like the movie hardly at all,
You gotta smash that a little.
especially in the way that the ideology of the two, they're completely two different ideologies. It's just
Really?
yeah.
Hmm.
Because Verhoeven is basically diametrically opposed to the same ideology that Heinlein is. Heinlein is much more like
Jack out and bring it back a little bit. You'll
more
hear that.
that
Maybe a back cut.
socialist communist mindset. So it's really presented completely different.
No, nice.
But anyway, but it was just interesting that in the future, it's like they're doing everything they can to talk you out from
What do they
doing it.
do? I mean, what's the wildest thing?
I mean, if you,
They're like trying to talk them out.
Yeah.
They're like, we got plenty of people. We don't need you. If you join, you're going to end up being,
Cannon fodder.
no, I mean, no, you're going to be doing a job. It's almost like being sent off to a gulag. You're going to be sent off to do work that is meaningless, hard physical labor that's absolutely meaningless, just to give you something to do.
it's your call, though, it's your shot.
So,
Happens sometimes.
let's see how he gets around. This ball's kind of deep.
But in the
hole.
movie, they were all just like hit the ground running.
Oh, I said it was kind of deep, and he had to go a little bit further into it. He went around and missed it. I mean, it's just mistakes like that it's just like
Kind of killing them a little bit.
Yeah, it's like even
Especially towards the end of the set.
Well, I mean, we're
Or in the
still
rack.
at the end of the rack, especially when you've been making such a good run out. Like when you finally, you and your partner are like, yeah, we got something going, we can blow together, and then something like that happens. It's like both players will sort of deflate a little bit, and you just don't want to see that. So,
Really want to see some one pocket on here.
I mean, basically, half the book is focused on this, recruitment, training, and I mean, like you don't even get to an actual war until halfway through the book.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
So, yeah, exactly. You
Yeah.
miss 3, but that's 7. You've got to make a good hit, even if you don't get what you want to do. You cannot get a long hit. I say that, but
That was
then
a good
again,
shot, though. That was a really good shot by
they
Chris just
somehow-
now.
they have somehow found themselves back at the table. So, and now Jamey can make up for that 7 ball by shooting a straight in 10. I can't imagine him missing. I can't imagine me saying it before he shoots it.
And then he misses.
I'm not going to say it before he shoots, but I still couldn't mention him missing that shot.
That was pretty straight in. That was a great shot by Chris, actually. Yeah, that was a hell of a shot.
So it's so maybe that's enough to make them forget about the other one.
Maybe. We'll see.
I'll say this
I'm kinda
for any
surprised that,
newer player, or low-level player or so, if you can't develop amnesia when you play pool, you're going to have a tough pool career.
Yeah, that is true. I've seen a lot of players, they get stuck on one shot and they just don't ever come out of it.
Yeah, they can't let it go.
It's weird, though. I see a lot of, like, in APA, I've seen a lot of, like, skillable 5s and just get stuck on a shot.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, you're a 5. You're a 4. Like, you're supposed to miss those shots sometimes. That's just,
Well, it's not that you're supposed to miss it, but you gotta let that go.
yeah, you gotta let that go.
You gotta let that stuff. But you can't. You just gotta. That thing's gotta be so far in your mind.
What would the dude do?
Dude abides.
The dude abides.
But yeah, it's amazing.
One in the corner.
I've told the story before, but it's still funny. There's a girl who was like early 20s that I was playing a league together, and she would get so mad at herself for missing certain shots. Why are you getting mad at yourself? You're learning. You're negative. She's like, well, if I played as good as you, I'd never get mad if I missed. And it's like, no. You miss stupid stuff, but the better you get, the more upset you're going to end up getting after a while until you let that go.
Because you realize the percentages at that point. You're like, the percentage of me missing that was like
And it's not just that. I mean,
1%.
it's just a routine shot. And it's not even about percentages anymore. It's just I'm going to go ahead and make this now.
You get to a point where you like everything that's cuttable. You're just like, what the fuck? How is that?
Yeah.
Everything's
I
cuttable.
should have done what you said.
That ball. That one on me.
You broke that.
Once again, guys, we are not like we used to be. We're not next to the players, so they can't.
Yeah, they can't hear us right now.
They can feel the conversation somehow. They can't hear us.
Maybe they got their earphone in. I characterize the tables as fast. That seems to real quick, but
I think that would be fair. By the way, I did ask.
it's not super fast. It's slower than the clock we used to have on it.
I mean, it all depends. I mean, some people are used to playing places that are slower. Wherever you're used to playing is the norm.
Yeah.
So, compared to some diamond tables, this table's pretty slow. So compared to gold crowns I played on, this is a fast table. So, I would say that, Glenn, for you, if you're used to playing, say, like, I don't know where I guess you play a bunch of different places. But compared to the tables that Mr. Q's and Jamey took on, this tables definitely play faster.
Hey, Joe, are you still there? What is leopard, by the way? I wanted to ask, but we kind of got caught up by talking about other stuff earlier. I don't know if you're still there, but kind of curious about what that is. He says those are all good for pool.
Mm-hmm.
3 ball.
Yeah, he seemed to leave the conversation very quick. But we'll see if he's still around.
Give it, Jen.
But yeah, I asked Chris Delee, because he hadn't played here before, but he's like, yeah, the table was really good. I liked it. Honestly, it's pretty new. What is it called now?
Started trying to come on the side, come back over here.
6 months old.
That's what I said.
5 months old, 6 months old, something like that.
It doesn't get a ton of play. It's not like a pool ring that's getting played every day all the time.
No. We played on a lot more last year, though.
Yeah.
There's somebody over here every day playing almost.
But yeah, the table's playing really good. It's rolling really well.
Well, we replaced the cloth. It was a lot faster, though. The cloth I had on here last year was a lot faster.
Yeah.
But it was the same company. I don't understand. But I guess the company had some issues or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Something about the Simonis factory.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of it can depend on who puts a cloth on and how tight they're pulling the cloth that day versus the other day.
Yeah.
That makes a big difference.
Okay.
I want to get some of that cloth that they put on the Asian pool tables at the Asian pool halls. That's it. That stuff seems to be fast. It rolls. You get good English on it too, though. Surprisingly.
The only other cloth I've really heard about, I've heard about Indie cloth. I've heard about it is that the play is phenomenal when you first put it on. But it doesn't take long for it to not play as good. But that's just what I've heard from a few people. It's not enough sample size to be definitive. But I don't know if you guys know played on Indie cloth. Or...
The one I've seen people play the most on is the green felt and the speed cloth. And I don't really know where they get speed cloth from, but I've seen a lot of people, a lot of bar owners talk about that's what they use on their tables.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if it's cheaper.
I don't know what they mean by speed cloth.
They call it speed cloth. I really don't know. I've never asked them what it actually is, but I've heard 3 different bar owners or 4 different bar owners talk about putting speed cloth on their tables. I think it's a brand.
What's weird to me is people who, and a lot of people do it, don't get me wrong, but something about the idea of putting, really slick, almost like championship worsted, something like that on a valley, on a 7-foot valley that plays like glass. Each their own.
It's funny to watch. Funny enough, I think I actually like the green stuff, the carpets.
There is. I forgot what they call it called, but I really like it on it because it almost with the cue ball.
Oh yeah,
it feels like you stroke a ball certainly, and it's going to go comparable to what it would be on the knife.
Oh yeah, the English catches on that stuff good.
And it's like a good stroke shot that would go half table, and on that cloth. And so it feels right.
Don't call me what? Blue cheese.
That's what I played on for a long time until like one of the bars that was over by me got 7-foot diamonds. They put in a bunch of 7-foot diamonds, and I started playing on this kind of cloth. But before that, that's all I played on was valleys with the carpet on it. What is this stuff actually called?
Now, when I learned how to play pool, it was I learned how to play pool on that nappy, thick championship cloth on a 9-foot Gandy.
That's
and it played a little bit. No, not worsted. It was nappy championship cloth.
Is worsted that stuff we're talking about though?
Worsted is like smudge. Worsted is.
It is.
Yeah, that's just basically the stitching in the cloth.
Is this it?
Together.
Scott Edwards Professional Pool Table Felt.
Yeah, it's
I just didn't have any pictures of it, so I just yeah, saying that to me. Stay on the rail.
Why not? We know it's cheap stuff.
no, it's not.
The green shit?
Yeah,
It's not cheap.
no.
What? I thought it was cheap.
Go go there.
Where? Ozone?
Yeah,
Cut it over here, you overcut it, and 7 bounces back here.
Plug.
You're gonna
the Mally.
you undercut it,
Going down.
here, there, out, and the cue ball's back down there. That's it, cut it over here.
Championship Blue.
I'll
Invitational.
tell you what, championship cloth of that stuff, the worsted stuff.
That's
stuff,
fun.
Yeah, that stuff is fast.
This one?
Yeah,
Maybe that's what we should put on here.
that stuff
Ooh,
is
that was a
super
good
fast.
shot.
That's what Johnny put on the tables.
What's that seven ball? Good shot right there.
That's what
Phenomenal shot.
Johnny Archer put in Marietta. Was that championship cloth, and it was super fast.
So you're telling me that his new pool hall shut down?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Kevin said he put a speed cloth on his poker table. Nice. A reasonable price to pay? Well, I put Simonis on mine, and Simonis that tends to be on the pricier side. So it really depends on what type of cloth you get.
If you do go with Simonis, though, there's one seller on Amazon that actually is pretty
I
full.
had no problem with him breaking.
If you want to get blue tournament edition, like what most places have.
For Simonis?
And that's, I mean, if you're used to playing on Simonis, that's what I would suggest getting. Just play on the cloth that you're used to playing on.
I know
That's always the best advice that I could ever give.
I know a retail seller that's in Oregon that I got mine from last time. It was a little cheaper. Championship Mercury.
Mercury.
Is that it?
I believe so. I think it is Mercury.
So it is championship cloth.
Yeah.
That's the green stuff, right?
I even asked Jack, could he drill it out
$142.
to make it different?
Because that sounds right. Mercury sounds familiar.
It looks like carpet.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that. So I don't know.
Yeah, because it has more of a carpety feel to it.
Ah. Benny coming up shooting on one.
Good shot.
Playing us safe. It's pretty good safe, but I think he left a window. No, I think the 7 ball's in the way. I think he can cross side it. No, one ball actually might be too close to the real. Now I'm looking at it. Old cloth. Feels like right. Might have made it. Nice.
So glad you did
That was a good shot.
I'm so glad you did that. I thought you were gonna be playing the 2 into the 10 off the 8
Yeah, it got really smooth.
Yeah, he did.
when you stop it on that rail, but I'm so glad you moved it up.
Pretty well.
That was a great shot.
860 Simonis. Yeah, that's what I have on this one is 860 Simonis.
Do you have Simonis or you have HR? I think you have HR.
Oh, that's right. We do have Simonis HR.
Yeah, HR is a little slower than 860.
Yeah.
I say it's faster. So if you want a little bit faster, go with 860. but they don't use. I know at Mr. Q's too. They don't use 860. If you ever see Warren around, ask him because he's the one who put the cloth on over there. And I think he does the cloth at Moonshiners. So if you know Warren,
Paris.
Paris, yes. If you get a chance to talk to Warren Paris, you could ask what he puts on those. And the cloth that he puts on is a lot cheaper than Simona's. So maybe that would be worth looking into. It's the best thing I would know. Yeah. Talk to Warren, ask what he puts on those tables. And, find out what he would charge and all that. That might be your best route. Because like I said, you want to play on the cloth that you're used to playing on at pool rooms.
Yeah.
If you want to give yourself the optimal advantage.
In your pool room that you play on.
Yeah. Now, if you want to improve your game, put on a cloth that you aren't used to at all. And learn how to stroke and develop a stroke for that cloth. And then be able to go from that cloth to other cloths.
There's some
that
cloths,
will make you a better player.
There's some cloths that English just don't catch at all.
Right. And there's some cloths that you've got to develop a much better stroke on.
Yeah, because any little bit is gonna take.
It's gonna have a higher resistance, a higher amount of or coefficient of friction, which means that you have to be able to stroke the balls more to get the same results. So depends what you want, but honestly, if you're not looking to be like a pro level player, but you want to be good at the pool room you play at, and you want to be able to practice on the same conditions, get the same cloth that your pool room's at. Whatever it is, my best advice. But yeah, I want to say Mercury sounds right for
Mercury
for what they put on.
I thought it was just carpet, but maybe it's actual.
No, it's just a warm felt.
Yeah, it's 75% wool, 25% nylon.
Yeah, but it's just the way that's stitched together, which isn't worsted. It's more of a, like I said, after a little while, you'll get little beads.
Maybe that shot was really straight, but I don't understand why you jacked that one. Because it seemed to me like if it's got a little bit of an angle, you put top. It seems like he goes 2 rails and comes out. But maybe it was straighter than it looked.
And even though Jamey and Chris is making a comeback, their struggles are still continuing.
That's good shape for the 9-ball too. Just go right underneath the 9, come out.
You think so? You don't go 2 rails?
I think I go under the 9 because it's got such a good angle. I don't think there's a reason to.
Well, you got to hit it. If you're going to go 2 rails, you got to hit that ball.
Yeah, it need a little bit more oomph in it.
Yeah, I like the 2 rail shot. You got to get there.
I think one thing people kind of talk about too, though, is like going into the angle versus like going through the angle, and like going one rail underneath it.
That's a nice speed.
Yeah, that would be a good shot.
Really good speed.
Like going 2 rails, you're going through the angle. You're not going into it.
Right. And I actually like the going through the angle because at that point you're not having to. I don't feel like you're trying to do much with your stroke. Just go through your stroke at top.
I feel like that just using bottom on that though is such a natural stroke that it doesn't feel like
I think it's just whichever one you shoot.
That is probably true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, if you force yourself to shoot that 2-railer all the time, you get used to it. You may be like, oh, yeah, I really like this one better. And then if I, force myself to shoot the draw to come around, it gets,
Yeah, and you already kind of know where it's going to hit.
I mean, the good thing about going around with your shot with the draw is that your margin of error is so much greater because your cue ball is still in line with the shot, even though it's going away from the shot, it's still in line with the shot. Going 2 rails, your margin of error of a good, like you saw, he hit it so short that then he had to make a nice recovery shot. I mean, it wasn't a huge recovery shot, but it was a recovery.
It was a good recovery.
But it was still a recovery shot he had to make.
Yeah, he had to put inside.
Yeah, inside go 2 rails. Basically, it's the same shot Chris shot.
Top inside?
Well, yeah. But instead of doing straight top and going natural, he had to put it inside to get down. But it was still the same stroke. But he hit it hard enough to get past the 10. Chris didn't hit it hard enough to get to where he needed to be.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but I mean, you got to remember that on most shots that has multiple routes it can take, there's no wrong answer.
No.
There's
no wrong answer on a pool table as long as you make the next shot.
Well, yeah. There's a lot of ways to get where you need to go.
Who was it? I think it was Willie Masconi used to say, there's always a shot. Sometimes you just got to find it. I think it was Willie Masconi used to say that.
Sound like it.
That was, of course, back in the day when safeties felt like it was prohibited.
I want to return back to the days where the breaks would leave a big old open food when the ball was scattered around the whole table. This looks like we got like a triangle from each pocket going to somewhere towards the middle.
People used to put absolutely all the power they could into breaks. I still like power breaking that.
Yeah. I think they've learned. Well, I don't think it's frowned upon. I think it's just they've learned techniques that allow to get a lot of energy while still maintaining a lot more control of the cue ball.
Yeah, that is true. It made me think about it. Like, really, it comes down to how much force is transferred from your cue ball into the rack.
But there's so much technique and timing. It's like I watch some players break, and I feel like I break them just like they do. Like everything looks the same, but something's going on, and it's not the same. I mean, they get so much energy through it, so much power through it that, I'm still trying to figure out how they do it, given just the way they go through the ball.
You could figure it out, man.
Now,
it's like a speedometer.
One thing I will say, though, for people who are trying to hit it hard, a lot of times what's happening in your stroke is that you start contracting muscles that don't need to be contracting because you're trying to make it hit hard.
Trying to muscle it.
You're trying to muscle through it, which will actually slow down your arm speed.
I think the best way to pick it up, is to whip it. You gotta whip your arm.
Well, I was going to say, at least having completely relaxed, have those muscles relaxed so that they're not hindering the speed of which you're sending the cue through the ball.
One of my mentors, my original mentor that I had when I was like really trying to like get better at the game, he showed me how to do a very hard break for a 9-ball break that actually like has a higher percentage of making the 9-ball. Because I was just kind of curious about it. And he showed me a one break, but the break basically you're using your arm like a whip. So like part of the whip is your wrist. So like you have to have like a really soft grip, but at the end your wrist just basically has a snap.
Yeah,
but you also have to stand up like through the break too.
And that's part of the
so you generate like enough power to really move the 9-ball and have part of the rack.
I think CJ Wiley does it, sort of instructs the same way with a sort of a whipping motion.
Does he?
Yeah.
I know I kind of got into it for a while using a slip stroke. Yeah. It works really good for using English because it goes through the ball like very smoothly.
The only thing you have to remember when you're adding like things like that, wrist snap, or even stroke, they're just adding moving parts.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So there's more variables going into it that you've got to learn to control.
And I think you have to really like calculate whether like the moving part is like a good thing,
right?
Like if it's a higher percentage for you, or if it's like if it's not worth it, if it's a hindrance.
Well, I sort of see that coming.
He did kind of hit that a little hard.
Yeah, if he actually hits that softer when it stays down the stroke, it probably grabs enough to go underneath the pocket. But as hard as he hit it, it just didn't give time for the spin to take. So it just slides right into the old corner pocket, or the side pocket, rather. So, Kevin, when we come to the house, play some poker.
Well, I'm here.
Like there's a poker game we're missing out on.
There's a friend of mine that's actually been trying to put together a poker game for a while. We need to put one together over here at the house and make him drive his ass over here. He lives in Kennesaw.
There's a pool player who makes fun of people who play poker.
Yeah, right.
And every time you hear about, hey, this pool player's going to start playing poker, he's like, yeah, another pool player who thinks he can play poker is going to go broke.
Has he been to Buffalo's? That might be poker players playing pool, though. To be fair.
Exactly. Whoa!
Man, that was a good shot. You got it.
Wow, called it and everything. Oh, crazy shot.
That was good.
This is Chris Delee has showed up. We finally got to see Chris Delee at his
I wouldn't even think about it.
Deleest.
You know me. When I start to shoot that damn.
I mean, if you think about it, the percentage of like running it all the way through the rack seems to be fairly low at this point, but possibly making it seems to be about the same percentage.
But yeah, then you look at if you see the bank and it feels wide, fire it in. I did that once in a tournament.
You make
On
some
the hill. Yeah, he was actually upset with this. Well, this is 9-ball, so I didn't have to call it anyway. But yeah, it was basically wired for a bank. But it was across side. It was a lot easier than that cross corner we just saw. And I just fired in because it fired center pocket. He got upset.
Why did he get upset?
Because, well, if you know which player it was, he's practice. Not the high skill level player. That way. Yeah. And you know, one of those players who thinks that the gods are always against him. And everybody's getting lucky rolls, and he can never get a lucky roll. It's that type of player.
There's a few out there like that.
The bad thing is,
Do I know said player?
I don't know if you know him.
Okay.
Which is funny because if anybody's listening, like, oh, you must be talking about so and so. I'm like, I'm probably not talking about so and so.
Probably not. That's why I was asking.
I'm not talking to about the person that you're probably thinking it is.
I could think what 2 or 3 people
Exactly.
like that. Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm not gonna call names, but he's that type of player. We all know people like that. No matter what you play, there's always players like that in every
We
port.
going for the 10 right here?
Well, I mean, probably not. But hey, it's working for the other guy, so why not?
Yeah, fuck it.
So you blue ball that extra.
They do one, you fire one back.
Yeah.
It's war, baby. It's war.
We gotta do nicknames.
They send one of us to the hospital. We send one of them to the morgue. It's the Chicago. You know that movie.
Good try.
Oh.
Oh, my God. Oh. Yeah, I probably would have fired the shit out of that. 2 ball didn't stay there.
If you don't know that quote, that's the old Sean Connery from The Untouchables.
Oh, sorry. My bad. I got distracted by the 10 ball getting knocked up in the pocket.
So that's the problem when you shoot that. Now, here's a problem I have. Like that shot, if you guys watch that shot, if you guys want to go back and watch it again, people have this idea when you're shooting a combination on the 10 that you should always hit it hard.
That's the only thing when you try to
Because
do
if you
blue cheese,
miss,
it lines up.
And
it'll get away from the corner pocket and it'll go somewhere in the middle table or somewhere on the other side of the wall.
depends on the shot.
But the problem is if you do hit it hard and you jam it and you get close enough to make it, but because you jammed it, you've just hung up that ball. If you had hit that ball softer, it probably goes.
Blue cheese.
But yeah. Yeah, but you're right, Glenn. It seems to be that kind of night for Chris and Jamey right now. But
Where I got Delee on?
there's still time.
Mr. Blue
They
cheese.
can still salvage this.
Blue cheese Delee.
Still got a lot of games to go. Think about it this way. Minnie and Chris needs they need 7 games to win. Yeah, they're starting to run out a little time. They're 11 games behind. For some reason I was thinking that they're going to 30. If they're going to 30, they have time, but them going to 25, it's starting to get a little late in the night to give away games like that now. But, and I mean, everybody's seeing that. Nobody wants to see a blowout. Nobody likes to see people struggle, especially in streams like this, where you want to see everybody on their best game. You want to say, okay, this guy's best game versus that guy's best game. Let's see who wins. And that's not really what's happening tonight. And it happens. But it's not over. We have seen comebacks on this stream. I think there was a 10-game comeback in the stream once. So I think it is harder to make that big comeback in Scotch Doubles for all the reasons we talked about earlier about trusting your partner and having faith in them and having faith in yourself and you guys having faith on your own selves. So it's I mean the fact is that as far as getting better, this might be a good thing for Chris and Jamey. because if they can sort of reflect after it's done, maybe go back and watch this stream later on, sort of see what they're doing, they'll come out as better players. Like the way things are going right now, Chris and Benny, they're not going to be better players after this if this keeps up. They won, they played well enough to win. They don't have a reason to improve. Jamey and Chris, they can look back and say, okay, this is what was going on. Let's fix this, and they'll end up improving their game. So, I mean, it's one of the things that sucks, but the best way to get better is to lose. If you're wanting to learn from it. But some people aren't. That's the nature of things. So if there's anything to take out of it, make a learning process. Go back, focus on what's going on, figure out why. And don't make excuses. Don't make excuses about bad rolls, or they just got lucky, or I'm just not playing good. I don't play like this. And no, I mean, you play like this because you play like this. The question is why. And what can you do to make things better? Interesting shot. Yeah, I mean, he was sort of in this tough situation. He did sell the shot, but he really didn't have any great options. Yeah, if anything I would say about Chris, because like I said, I've never seen Chris, I don't know what he's like. But yeah, he may want to work on figuring out how to allow himself the ability to relax before he shoots. You know, and how to do that is there's a lot of different ways of doing that. And so I don't know what would be best for him.
Some people smoke weed.
Well, there's one way of doing it. If you want to go with the Anthony Green method.
Jeez, what a name drop.
But wow, that's no secret.
How about Josh Reynolds?
But, I mean, that would be more secret than Anthony Green. But that being said, you know, I don't know. I mean, one advice I usually give to players that have problems really settling down is to do your warm-up strokes, and then right before you shoot, do that last pause and allow your muscles to relax and really focus in on the shot. Look at the line that the cue's pointing out and make sure that cue is in line before you do your final backswing. And that if you do that right, you can actually allow yourself to relax a little bit more shots. And then pull back slowly and just go through the shots. If you do that, if you have a chance on the table and practice that and just see how that feels, be aware how everything feels at that point, you may find yourself relaxing a lot more. But that's part of the thing. It's like people will tell you, oh, just take pause before you shoot. But they don't tell you why. They don't tell you what should be going on during that pause. So that's just one suggestion. If Chris is listening, maybe Chris is like, oh, this guy's a happy.
I don't think he's listening.
He's not.
What is it?
Exactly.
We
Oh,
have
see, that's it.
20 people listening right
Okay. Well, 20 people with their browsers.
now. Yeah, 20 people with us open somewhere.
With the video open somewhere or something.
And I still suck at touch.
Oh.
What the?
Yeah, I use bright
Or something.
Oh.
60 something. Maybe.
Trying to make it.
Yeah, usually that does require a like an Anthony Green type or something like that.
Yeah.
2 rails and make it come up here.
Of course, I think we also had more on Saturdays.
Yeah, we had a little bit more on Saturdays.
Say,
Yeah.
I think we'd probably have more on Thursdays, but unfortunately, I work for a living.
Yeah. That's a
That's a
nice
good
thing. That's a
save
good
right
save.
there.
Yeah. Even if it doesn't hook him, unless it's scratches. Yep, that's
I can
scratch.
see it.
Yeah, so you don't, on those safeties, you don't have to hide them. As long as you control that object ball, keep it on that bottom rail. I mean, nobody wants to shoot this shot.
Funny enough, I might shoot the shot.
You might shoot it. I'm not gonna. I still don't think you're gonna like it.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't hate it though.
And that ball is going to leak right into the side pockets. And now,
Option.
Chris is like, no, you don't have
Chris
the
is
option.
coming back.
Chris is like, no
He ran
option.
to the table.
Get.
This is mine now.
Go
guys.
away. Be calling the 10 or the 8 inside 10. The 8 inside. Be careful with it.
No.
You gotta be careful with that shot.
Didn't hit flush enough.
Yeah.
Didn't hit full enough.
And he let the cue ball get away from him too much, unless he was planning on hitting the other side. But
I think he was planning on it being way closer to the front of the hole.
yeah, he really went just got down and hit that ball without much thinking about it.
Same shot.
Yeah.
But he left it bad.
Mm-hmm.
He can maybe cut it.
No, I don't think that ball cuts. That point's just a little bit too big. So yeah, he kind of got away with it.
That's a reason.
Better tees than we had.
I think it goes. I think it goes.
I just say that cue ball's too close to the rail.
Bottom right.
6 ball.
Cut side.
Right, our buddy Tim hadn't been on here, at least checking up on us, seeing what kind of drinking we got going on. Oh, he does
I'm
cut
sorry.
it.
What did you say, Michael?
He made a nice cut to that ball.
Told you it cut it. Cut it good.
Now, how much do you like of this shot?
You go down 2 rails, back up. As long as you don't scratch.
You got a scratch shot. You got the 10 could be a little factor.
Maybe a scratch.
10 could be a factor. Yeah, what were you saying?
That's it. I said it could scratch. As long as you don't scratch. Down, back
I
up.
was say I don't like that shot. That's a tough shot. You're not. I mean, you can't really get much draw on that shot.
No, you can't get it.
So you always have to play to overcut it. You have to cheat as far to that left side of that pocket as you can.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
I
mean, I don't have a problem with the shot. It's fine. You're relaxed, but I don't know why you wouldn't just shoot in the corner and yeah, why not just shoot it in the corner
2
and
rails.
stop the ball? But you can. Well, I mean, you don't need to. Well, I don't understand why you're.
Right there.
I don't know why you're stretching either.
For
I don't know why you had to get that close. It's a stop
felt
shot.
comfortable to him.
It's a stop shot.
He felt comfortable.
Okay. This is, Chris Delee is he's a 7 and I think it's a 9 in APA 9.
Is he?
I believe so. He's an 8 or a 9.
I wonder what Chris is. Yeah, I wonder if Chris has a.
I don't know. I wonder if Chris Delee has a Fargo now. I think about it. Let's take a look.
We're looking at Fargo's now.
Let's see if Chris Delee has it.
Bathroom break. Taking a break. Looks like they're taking a break.
Chris Delee has a Fargo, but it is not
Accurate.
Well, it's not. There's not enough robustness. He's showing to be a 581 with a 96 robustness.
What about the other Chris?
I mean, Chris pretty close to. I mean, that's probably not. I don't think that's too far out of the way though. 581. I mean, it might be a little bit closer to 600 than. But yeah. Take a look at Chris Towe. See if he is in the system. Towe is in the system. Not quite. He's got 180. He's a 501
Okay.
with a 108 robustness. So getting
A
there.
little bit more robustness.
Yeah. I mean, he's almost there. You started on it.
Atlanta.
Yeah. But like I said, it's still not enough robustness for me to say, yeah, that's where he's supposed to be.
Yeah.
You know, I would say he's probably higher than that, 500. But I would put him at 600 for my scene. But like I said, what I've seen, I don't think is indicative of his actual game.
No.
You
Doesn't
know,
seem like
his
it.
standard game. So
Supposed to be more.
it's hard for me to really say. Like I said, I've seen Chris enough Honestly, Chris Delee could be anywhere from a 650 to a 450. I've seen that's about his range.
He had his good days, his bad
Yeah,
days.
I mean,
I feel you, Chris.
sometimes he'll play
You're
lights
brother.
out, and he will be just super tough to beat. And then there's days you're wondering if he's even,
Anybody at home?
he's even known that.
You ever even picked up a Pokemon, bro?
Exactly. So, you guys know Chris Delee, go ahead and correct me if I'm wrong. And maybe he's gotten better over the years. Like I said, it's been a couple years since I've seen him. But yeah, when but yeah,
Man, the
it's
chat
been a
is
few years since.
quiet tonight.
Yeah, the chat's really quiet.
Where is everybody? I can see you people in there. What the fuck are y'all doing?
Entertaining the ladies, I guess.
What are y'all watching this while you're in the bathtub? Don't want to get my phone wet.
Oh, I didn't move the clock. I'm sorry. Well, yeah.
Now, with that being said, I do watch a lot of pool in the bathtub.
Jesse is still waiting patiently. It's been a while. I can't remember what exactly we're waiting on.
What are we waiting on, Jesse?
But he's certainly still waiting on it.
Did you ask a question that we didn't answer?
He's still waiting for the comeback. What are you waiting for?
I might be waiting for
Jamey and
He's a 10 in UPA.
UPA 10 ball. No, I mean, Chris Lee, his high gear is high. He does have a high gear. And like I said, it's been a few years since I've seen him. Maybe his game has stabilized a lot more than I've seen.
Do you think it was a fair matchup so far from what you've seen?
Oh, between these two teams? No, I think the score pretty much indicates the way the matchup's been. I hate to say it, but
Yeah.
it's not like we've seen Chris and Jamey make great runouts and then just get something bad happen toward the end of the rack and then lose. It's
We've seen this before too.
yeah. And I mean, there has been a lot of self-inflicting wounds.
Yeah.
So, it's not like Benny and Chris have been playing lockdown safes on them and just control the table all the time either. I mean, they haven't played stellar pool. They played solid pool, but it's not like they've just been.
No breaking runs. No breaking runs the whole night.
Tin ball is a lot more difficult to make a ball on the break. Yes, a lot more difficult than 8 ball or 9 ball.
Yeah.
Just because I think the only game I would say is tougher to make a ball on the break is 6 ball.
That's why when it comes to 10 ball break, I just smash. I cannot make a ball on the break. 10 ball saved my life.
Now he's kicking his leg up.
Did he call
This
the 10?
is Chris Lee at his finest. He kicks his leg up as though if it made it, like, oh my god, I almost made. There's no way he called a 10 ball there. I know. He's jumping a ball. He's going to jump it, planning to hit it so thin that the cue ball's going to come 2 rails, make the.
Maybe he was hoping
Go 2 rails.
eventually come back and hit it.
Mate, now okay, that might be possible. He was baking the 10 and the 5 into the 10, but.
But it don't matter how it goes in.
Well,
It just
no.
matters that it goes in.
But did he really call it in there? Hey, I mean, this is Chris Lee. He could have. I mean, if it's possible.
14 dry breaks so far. Kevin's keeping the stats.
Oh, I think
Kevin, you want to hit us with the stats? I bet you got more stats than just that one.
Maybe Jesse Hellman's waiting on Chris Lee to respond to him wanting to play 9 ball. He's still waiting for that confirmation from Delee. Say, let's go.
Yeah.
I said, Jesse, you might be waiting a while.
Play out of Jesse. Where's Jesse?
I don't know. Jesse, where you where do you call home? What room do you call home?
At the home.
When can I expect my shirt? When can I expect my shirt?
6 in the corner.
It's got to be
Knows me.
capital letters with quotations. Or how? What was it? No, quotations, yeah.
I didn't do anything I said I was.
Hokey strokey.
Yeah, he mentioned playing out of Homer earlier.
Homer.
At this point, let's just let it out.
How are those tournaments up there? I haven't been up there in probably at least a year now.
Road trip.
And I heard that for some reason people just quit going to tournaments for a while. So I don't know if they started going back or something's changed.
A 6 in the corner, 7 in that.
What you think, Jesse? There's a lot going on there, or not as much used to? I mean, I'm sure I know you. I'm sure we've probably seen each other at Homer. I've been there a few times. Which are still people who think that everybody knows me. So.
That's fine.
So I find it kind of a funny story.
Good shot. Beautiful.
Probably about 9 months, a year ago.
Wow.
But so I have a brother who does not play pool.
We know.
But well, most people don't. Most people don't know either. He works for Coca-Cola though, and he entertains vendors. And so he was, I want to say that he took some clients over to Mazzy's in Roswell. Not Roswell, I'm sorry, Norcross.
Yeah, there's 2 ways.
This was a while ago.
Go down to the road.
And I guess they were playing league there, and my brother is very social. He'll just go up to anybody and it's like, hey, buddy, what's going on? You know. So he went up to somebody and was like, hey, what's going on? And I guess they thought he was trying to hustle or something. And that's a nice shot by Chris. But man, he farted a little bit of that. He had that so thick that he almost cracked. He cheated the right side of the pocket. So my brother goes in there.
How much does your brother look?
No, not at all. Not at all. You would never know he and our brothers. So he goes in and he's talking to some people, and I guess they're league players, and he's just being social, and they're sort of barking at him, saying, "Oh, you want to play something? You want to do something?" And I was like, "Dude, calm down. You know, I'm just here hanging out." And I was like, you know, my brother plays pool. I mean, I guess. He goes, "Oh yeah," because you know everybody's got a brother, everybody's got a friend that plays pool. You know, yeah,
Or a dad with a pool table in the basement.
Exactly. Oh, you got a buddy who plays pool? Yeah, right. And I go, "Okay, who's your brother?" And he says, "Me." And they're like, "Oh." So then everything changed, and they're all buddies again. And it's funny because my brother, who is at this point just completely trashed, he is so drunk, and he's calling me because he thinks it's funny. And he calls me up and he goes, "You know a place called Mazzy's?" And my first thought is, "Oh, I'm about to go there and kick someone at the pool." And he tells me the story. I'm like, "Okay, never mind. It
I wonder who it was he was talking to.
I have no idea who it was he was talking to, but it was still funny. And as soon as he mentioned me, he's like, oh no, you know. But like I said, my brother has a pool table. He's got an 8-foot table in his house.
I wouldn't even have told him your name. I'd have been like, all right.
Well, no,
you want to play with him, you can't know his name.
My brother's not dying. My brother's like just trying to get along with people. Yeah, my brother plays. Who's your brother? His name's Michael. Michael what? It's like, okay. So anyway, but yeah, I mean, my brother has a table in his house. You know, but he and his kids will hit balls, and I'll play pool with them once in a while. And I mean, they're they're recreational players. They're not even league level players, but they play okay for what they do. But they also know how good pool players can be.
Yeah.
So, but it's still funny.
Yeah, they've seen you.
It's still funny. Because I feel like nobody knows me. I'm off today.
You're not.
But apparently more people know me than I think.
Everybody knows you at Star.
Yeah. But it's like I don't go to Mazzy's and Norcross hardly ever.
Oh yeah. But like
But a lot of them play
kind
different
of
places.
cross.
Yeah, a lot of places people play different places.
Most pool players play multiple nights,
Yeah.
especially league players. That was a good shot.
Mm-hmm. All right, come on. Let's get it to 10 before Benny and Chris win. get back to a 10-game deficit, and then maybe we can get this thing really turned around.
Gotta have an angle.
You gonna get me into that BCA league?
And I used to know a good BCA league operator. I should tell you about him. I should introduce you to him.
Wish. If I had enough players that would show up for BCA, I could have kept BCA.
Yeah.
I just didn't. I just couldn't get enough players to show up.
Well, you had a lot of things going on also.
Well, that's why I kind of put somebody in charge of like
Right.
running it while I wasn't there,
Right.
which might not have been.
Wow.
good.
I am going to take a quick break.
Stick that 5 ball's a little bit tricky here, but you draw it back. You should get 2 reels. 6.
Got to keep all behind 9 to 6. If you can see it that much. Look at 5 ball back, 2 rails on the down there. Say. Get it to rail park.
It seems to be a kind of one thing that gave me a little bit of a hard time with. Checking up on the ball. Maybe if this spins right. That's also. We were kind of talking earlier about soft draws and hitting a little too hard on your draw. This is one of those shots where you really have to have like a soft draw because you really want to avoid that side pocket.
It's not good.
Having the soft draw will put you on the other side of the 9 ball.
Same. I'm the worst at trying to thin that. I can't do it. Huh?
You know you got any of that stuff 10 more for us?
Go to the bathroom, go back.
6 points.
I ain't nothing wrong. I've been clean for 6 years.
Good job.
You can't hear us here. Huh? You can't hear us here.
We might get it.
Now the question is,
Very crazy we did.
put top on it, go down for the 9, or what are you gonna do?
Alright, hey, Chris.
Well, did you see the cut I had to make to get there?
I know, I'm just saying, I'm in between here. Do I stun and go over, or do I draw back around?
I think you start and go over.
Alright.
Whatever's easiest, actually. So the 9's fairly easy from anywhere.
Alright, well, 8 ball in 1.
Back through.
Six.
Looks like you got safe though.
I mean, worked. Just, I missed the.
Definitely not an easy track. Best option for a shot like this.
Same.
You can see the A ball. What's left in the distance?
Eight left hole.
Just made a really good shot last shot. Think you can do it again.
just roll it up behind the nine. Don't even try to make sense. Yeah. Just like that.
Ooh, what a good save.
Good hit.
Good hit.
Lucci? No.
Good hit.
All over there.
We've been trying to figure out how to make that 10 out of hole, sitting on the rail by itself.
Pretty sick. How much wine did you end up drinking once?
I mean,
Over here.
What kind of wine do you have, anyways? You got some good wine? Some cheap stuff from the store.
And I am
Back
back.
for the 10 again.
What? Really? 3 balls on the table. We're firing at a 10 ball. All right, then.
He's hardly gonna shoot a lead right there.
Lily could have cut the 8 too, but he would have had a lot of inside on it.
I mean, it looked like he could have played safe, played a bank, and rolled the cue ball behind the 10. We're not doing that today. That's not happening today.
That was a good shot by Chris.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they do have this mentality that we're up 13 games, we only need 5 games. Let's do something a
Fire.
little silly. Who knows?
Like, for Glenn to tell me what his wine selection was like.
Oh yeah, we did ask him a while about the wine selection, didn't we?
I just asked him again.
Oh, did you? And we still
I him to say something.
maybe he doesn't want any, nothing in writing.
Maybe.
Never in writing,
No,
always in
no,
cash. Yeah, exactly.
27
Like I
games.
said, it's one of my favorite sayings right now.
You know what it means?
Never in writing, always in cash. Just remember. Oh, Merlot. So we're on a red. We got a little red going on. A little sweet, kind of a sweeter red. Doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't matter anymore. From box or bottle, there's plenty of boxes that are really good, so it doesn't matter. A little sweet for me. I'm more of a Pinot Noir. That's where I am on my wines. When I wine.
Dry and bitter like your soul.
No, it's not that dry. It's not like a Cabernet Sauvignon. Those are too dry and too bitter.
I go over the
Like
Riesling.
this. Riesling.
Yeah, like a medium Riesling. Because I'm a bitch. I like the sweeter stuff.
I figured it would be like orange flavored wine or something.
I mean,
They don't make that. I asked.
what?
What I missed? What needs to be adjusted?
Adjusted a little. What needs to be adjusted?
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing. Just barely touch it and go back across the table.
By the way, welcome, William
Barely touch it and go back
or
across
Bill,
the table.
whatever you go by. William, Bill.
Just like that.
Yeah. What adjustments?
I see it. Blue cheese in my future.
Not a lot bad attempt.
Yeah. Oh. My microphone. Or one of our
can I get down there on it?
There, is that better? One of the microphones went out.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know when that happened. We had it, we were Google searching something and must have went out after that.
Who knows? Maybe me playing with a mouse.
Maybe.
That's why I'm not supposed to be touching mice.
No touch mice.
Don't touch the mice. Is that our producer that knows that?
William Shepard?
Oh, I didn't know if Nisi had messaged you.
Oh, no. Nobody messaged me. Oh no, our producer right now is taking care of a Baby squirrel.
Don't want those things in the attic.
Nah.
Had a bad situation in the house with the squirrels they got in the attic.
We did too.
It was not good.
I put a bunch of traps and stuff up there. I was like, we're getting rid of you guys.
Yeah, I finally had to just call somebody to say you're dealing with them.
Yo, bro, come hook me up.
Yeah. Because the problem is, like, I can get rid of them, I can trap them, and then do something. But we have a tree that grows over the house, so they'll just climb up the tree and jump on the roof.
I see it.
On the entry
Pinball coming.
Find entry point and right back in there.
Yeah, you gotta like really cover up all those things.
Yeah. And it's, I mean, middle of the night, you're trying to sleep, and you're, yeah, it's.
Yeah, we were getting the same thing. I have like some steel traps that I bought and put up there. Caught it.
Oh, get over there one ball.
Yeah, now I think we're starting to see the point of, like,
Was he going for the 10?
I thought he was.
I thought he was too.
Yeah, I wonder if we're starting to see a little bit more desperation shots now by Jamey and Chris. Which you really don't want to see. I mean, I understand it, but maybe there's the standard things haven't been working. Let's mix it up, but I think you just have to go with the game plan.
Hit your mic for just
What?
Hit your mic for just like.
Hit it. Let me hit it. Turn it off.
Yeah.
No, ankle one back with it. Okay. Yeah, and send a cue ball over behind.
One here.
Sorry about that silence. We took a moment. Don't know why, but we took a moment.
Took a moment of silence.
And
Moment.
that is a pretty good look at safety. See how Mr. Delee handles this situation. You can play one rail. You might be able to pocket it. Go one rail, cut it in the pocket. Don't really see what else you're looking at unless you're going to go off the right side. I think kicking from the left side is the way to go and just spinning into it and cutting it in. But this way, if you do pocket it, I don't see any future in it. What are you going to do about the 2 if you do make the 1?
I guess.
Doesn't make.
Great shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good shot. Nice shot.
He's got enough room to make the 2 now.
Yeah, he's got enough. Man, just maybe he just figured if he went one round the way I saw him, there was too much traffic to get around. I mean, he made a great kick to make the ball.
Yeah, it was a good shot.
Nice showing 2. Did a good job controlling the cue ball for the 3 here.
Yeah, they're definitely both playing really good right now.
I'm still curious who Chris Lee subbed in for, though. Who was going to play with Benny?
Let's see.
And you guys at home knows, unless you've muted us. Yes, yeah, let me mute us. That is true for most all players. The only time I would say that the defense doesn't win more is when you get to the ultra high level, at which point those guys can get out of safety so well and put you right back into a safe that it's better to be offensive. Which is one thing I think, one problem that when people watch the super really good players at pro levels, that they'll go for shots and they'll make them because they can, versus playing safes, because their level of success will be higher if they go for the shot versus safe. But at lower levels, no, you go for the safety. Defense does win in this game.
I don't have a name, I just have a phone number.
Okay.
Safe.
Yeah, safety's definitely win in this game.
Just in case.
But you also have to remember that, you know, now if you're an older player and you look at how safeties used to be, they're not nearly as good as what they are now. Like, you've got to learn how to, if you're going to put your ball, if you're going to hook somebody, you need to get that cue ball on top of that ball so you take away jumps. Take away jumps, take away the one railers, one rail kicks.
That was a good shot.
That was a good shot.
Ooh,
So things like that.
very good shot.
You're gonna play the safe. You really. Matter of fact, I played a pretty good safe Tuesday night at league, and the guy just made a great 2-rail kick and made the 8-ball on me. Couldn't do much about it. I mean, he just low percentage shot, and it just happened to make it. I mean, I would probably have done it again. Amy, that's what you hate seeing.
He just really punched it.
Yeah, he really is punchy with his stroke. And he had a lot of movement. If you go back and watch that shot, you'll see his shooting hand actually go in towards his body, which made the cue stick go to the right.
He was trying to put power into it.
Yeah. But if you go back,
But that's more of a finesse than a power.
Yeah, but it's also more of making sure that your hand comes straight back and goes straight forward.
Yeah, that is true.
As soon as it goes into your body, everything's just completely out of line.
Just repeat it to yourself.
It's great. One thing you really should be doing, and this applies to everybody, is as you're watching yourself play, even though you're focusing on the object ball right before you shoot, on your pull back, you should be aware that that cue stick is coming straight back in line. And if you see any deviation coming off the line, you need to stop and get back up. So you should see it come straight back. Because if it comes straight back and you just make a nice stroke through it, it's going to go straight through. Same line. But the second it comes out of that line, your forward stroke will not be on that line at all. So, and it's just one of the things. I mean, when you play pool, you should be aware of so many things that's going on with your body, with your stroke. Even though you're focused
You gotta be a
on
self-aware.
that one thing, you should be, you should almost be a spectator of yourself. And not be a coach. Don't tell yourself what to do. Just be aware of what's going on. And then when you notice something's wrong, reset. Don't get on yourself. Don't cuss. Don't adjust. Just reset.
Don't hurt yourself.
But that is a lot easier to say than to do. Sometimes you get down on the ball and it's just so comfortable being down there. You don't want to get back up.
And fall asleep.
You could just make a little body movement and get right back on. It'll be fine. It's a bad habit.
But is it fine?
It might be, and you might get away with it. And then you tell yourself that it's okay.
It's okay.
It feels so good being down there. We don't need
It's a perfect spot.
to. All right.
I have to say this. Sometimes I do get down on a shot and I'm like, this is off. And I still shoot it and it goes in. I'm like, what happened? No, I'm 100% confused.
Yourself for shooting. When your brain's like, don't shoot, and you're like, I'm shooting anyway. And then your brain's like, oh, maybe it's.
You're close enough.
Takes it to 21.
Maybe it looks like he's having a little bit of a rough night too, though.
Yeah,
He's missed quite a few shots.
And that's the thing. It's like, it makes me wonder if Jamey missing is throwing Chris off, or maybe Chris is not making his.
Making Jamey off.
And maybe Chris isn't comfortable and that's throwing Jamey off. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a combination of the two. It could be neither one. Who knows?
Yeah.
But obviously, I mean, the thing is also when you get a big lead, like Benny and Chris have, it's a lot easier to not really worry about what your partner's doing and even worry what you're doing. You just go down and hit balls because things are just going your way. That is now it's over at 2. Let's just get a 1 up there.
Come on, guys.
Some moral victory. Just get to 10, please.
That's 2 away.
But it was interesting because I did talk to Glenn, which he used to one night, and talking about the fact he watches a lot. He just never really commentated. Comments in chat.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm like, yeah, chat. It's
We're not. It's not that bad.
no,
We normally talk to whoever gets in the chat. We normally talk to.
Right. And it's
Fair.
weird because usually there's a lot more people in chat, so there's a lot of different conversations going on. Sometimes we will get off on something that has absolutely nothing to do with anything because that's just where the chat likes to go.
Yeah.
We'll go along with it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like tonight has been pretty like slow
It's
for
been,
chat.
yeah, it's been really quiet for chat. I mean, I also think the fact that these really long races, like a race to 25, Scotch Doubles, you sort of know it's going to be a long match, so you kind of tune out, or not so much tune out, but you just sort of, you get on to other things. And if you're not just glued to the TV or glued to the computer to watch this match, it's sort of a, more of a passive interaction.
I actually tried to get some shorter races. That was a crazy shot. I don't think you missed me that.
Yeah.
I did actually try to get some like shorter races on here, but I think the players are getting so used to having longer races.
Yeah.
And they don't even know that the first like few matches that we had were like 100.
Oh, well, yeah.
They were going to like 100. Those are like really long screens too.
Those were silly.
Can you go to left hand English and go back?
7 times.
I mean, it's an easier hit.
And you want to see the leaves in
You
please.
gotta get like almost.
Participation there. How we do this?
Yeah, dig it to
They breaking news.
I think they gave it.
Yeah, I get it back.
They gave it back.
That really looks like a, you go ahead and take out, you keep shooting situations.
Look good. Take it.
But yeah, some of the normal people, I mean, like you kind of expect to see Chris, what's his name?
Nope.
No, in the chat. Some regular people.
Oh,
Can't think of the thing. Could be
Kirk.
Chris Kirk. Like you kind of expect to see Chris Kirk in the chat at one point.
Jerry. You expect to see
Yeah,
Jerry.
you definitely expect to see Jerry. You expect to see Tedman in the chat once in a while. You know.
There's different people that show up.
Yeah, I mean Ray did show up, say hey. Andy did show up, say hey. But yeah, usually there's
Just roll right back down there.
Yeah, usually there's a core group of people that usually are here at least to talk a little bit. But you know, now a lot of the core group is from the coming area,
Yeah.
and none of the players here are from the coming area. So
Amy Dyer's in the chat now too. I called it. So. Oh, you did call the one there.
yeah,
Oh, okay. I thought they gave it back.
I mean it did look like a design shot, but
It did look designed, but
yeah, I mean
it's a pool table.
so.
Sometimes
I-
looking
I see-
design
I
and
see-
being designed are two
You see,
different
Jamey
things.
is taking a break from his match to join us here in chat. Welcome.
Welcome. Looks like David Moore wants to get back in the arena, by the way, if anybody wants to play David.
Yeah, I think David's all needs a good reason there.
Play,
Back in.
yeah.
All right, so even though we have only a few people in chat, this has nothing to do with anything. And if we're going to go with current stupid sports drama,
Oh, geez. What do you have?
do you guys have any opinions on the old upcoming Paul, Jake, Mike Tyson fight?
Is that actually going to happen?
It's supposed to. I think they've already signed everything off. They got everything arranged.
It seems silly to me.
Yeah. You guys have any
He doesn't.
any opinion other than this is going to be it's just going to be a stupid sideshow?
He hasn't fought any actual professional boxer, has he? Or has he?
I really don't. Justina, we finally figured out how to get him in chat.
What's up, Jeff?
We've
Ben.
finally picked a topic that is like, hey, this is something I can speak to. Now, on paper, Tyson should just eat him alive. I mean, I don't care. I don't care if he's 57.
The age gap is pretty large. But Tyson's a monster.
The only
up,
thing
Jeff?
that the age is going to do is make it maybe slower than he was, but he's still a big guy. He still trains. He still has a vicious. If he connects one time,
He has some hella punches.
is yeah. I mean, if he doesn't pull punches and he actually goes and makes a full punch and he connects, well, yeah. But you're talking. I mean, the bite was against Evander Holyfield, who actually could fight.
Good try.
You know, one of the two people that Tyson even said was his toughest fights, and he feels like he lost those fights.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's the thing. I don't think Mike Tyson's going to get to that point. And I'm not going to go so far to say that the fix is in, but like Mike Tyson has mellowed out so much from when he used to be a professional boxer.
I don't know, man. If he gets in the ring and he like kind of gets in him for a second, he's gonna
Maybe.
go ham on
I mean,
somebody.
if he does go ham,
See, he also gets possessed when mad.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. Is he going to really take it serious enough and get mad?
I think Jake Paul's been talking some mad shit, so probably. I think Mike just wants to punch him in the face. I don't think it's a sideshow. I think for
Gary Jackson, I think you want to punch him in the face.
Jake
Don't
Paul,
get me wrong. I would like to punch Jake Paul in the face.
I don't really do Paul that much.
That's what I'm saying. I punch him in the face too, but
I think it's, but he makes more money than me, so.
Well, I mean, and from what I've heard, the problem is there's so many rumors. It's true. Some people saying that Jake Paul has put so many rules in. Of course, he's going to deny them all. A little bit inside what he got
Yeah, a
now.
little bit more.
No, Tyson does not need the money.
No. Yeah, he doesn't need the money. He's got like a weed business now too in
Does he?
California. Yeah.
I mean, he's doing voice acting.
I would have probably cut that 9-ball.
Yeah, I can't see him. I can't see him hurting for money or needing them.
No.
Now, I would,
Mayweather doesn't need the money either. But have you seen how much money they get paid for boxing matches?
I think they're looking at $100 million each.
It's gross how
less.
many people get paid for boxing matches.
Yeah, but last I saw, they're supposed to get paid $100 million each.
This actually got kind of brought up a little bit in the UFC because the UFC fighters don't really get paid that good, especially compared to boxers.
Oh,
There you go.
well, yeah, but
And then, like, what was it? What's that guy's name? The guy that's in charge of the UFC? Dana White.
oh yeah,
Dana White had like a comment where he was basically saying, like, well, yeah, like what happens to boxers, though. They get one good fight under them and then they retire because they made so much money.
Yeah.
So, like, you don't want to do that in the UFC.
well, I
But
mean,
it's like, I kind of want them to get paid good, though, at the same time. But yeah, I do understand where he's coming from saying that.
Glenn, I would sign up for 3 minutes. I know it wouldn't go 3 minutes.
Get knocked out.
Now the question is he going to punch me so hard that I get a lifelong concussion, or is it just going to like put me down and knock the wind out of me for a few days,
You just give up.
and then just be like, how much is that possible life-ending concussion worth? That's a first tonight.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think we've brought that up.
But
It hasn't been any breaker room, so I don't know how much it really matters.
now it's interesting if what Kevin said is actually true. Then it would be worth watching. But that also looks like a statement that's designed to get people to watch.
I think it's like I said, I think it's a sideshow for Jake Paul. I don't think it's a sideshow for Tyson.
I see. That's the thing. I wonder if Jake Paul actually believes he's a fighter. I mean, does he honestly believe he's a good fighter now? He's a good boxer. I mean, he is training.
Mediocre
He's
boxer.
training, and he's going through a lot of emotions. But the question is, does he believe it, or does he just know what he's doing is a farce? I don't know. But
Figure APA rules it over, or UPA rules it over Robinson's, APA don't use this anymore. That's 1 o'clock.
I'd like to see him fight in like I'd like to see a boxer fight in a UFC match though, because we've seen UFC guys go over to boxing to fight, but I'm pretty sure they go over for the prize pool. Like they go over because they know that it's going to be a big event. They're going to make $100 million, which they don't have that much money now. So that's the reason they go over to fight in boxing. But yeah, I'd like to see like a boxing over the UFC and fight one of the welterweights or something there.
Did you ever watch Tyson in his prime?
I've watched a lot of boxing.
Well, no, I mean, did you ever watch go to watch a PvP event, pay-per-view event?
Not when it was happening, but after, yeah.
Yeah.
I've watched Tyson, watched the Hitman.
Because we went and watched, we would go to, I mean, I think we were probably 18, I don't think we were enough, but like my friend's dad, we would get together, he would take a bunch of us, and we would go to a bar that we could go to, and, we'd have to pay our cover, knowing that it was going to be a quick fight. And so you get there early, so you get some drinks in, it's more hanging out, and then we're going to watch a minute and a half of boxing. Until Tyson just connects. But man, when he hits somebody, it's like
lights out.
It's just, I mean, you never saw that before in boxing. I mean, the guy wasn't a boxer at the beginning. He was a street fighter. He just went in with rage and just got in there and just.
He looks like he's still kind of like tries to fight that way.
Yeah. Now, you can blame a lot of that stuff on Don King, too, back then. But yeah, I mean, Tyson was, he was just, like I said, he was not a classical boxer. But,
who was the other monster back then? It was George Foreman. George Foreman was the other.
He was a great boxer. I don't think I would call him a monster. Don't get me wrong, he was a great, great boxer.
6 inside.
I'm trying to think. Who did Tyson do that exhibition with? Bill Brown?
Exhibition.
Yeah, he did an exhibition in 2020. But that was more out of respect for them. There's not going to be respect for Chief.
Ron Jones?
Oh, Ron Jones, yeah.
Roy Jones.
Roy Jones Jr. It was, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was just two boxers who really respect each other, and they had an exhibition fight.
The boxer I got kind of like interested in watching. I think it's this guy, Thomas Hearns. They called him the Hitman. It was kind of interesting to like watch his style of boxing because all he did basically was like jabs, just jab and move. And then every once in a while, I catch him off guard and hit him with a hook.
Speaking of the Hitman, Chris Lee just hit that thing like he was owed him money.
And to get on the nine.
That ball,
yeah, that was a good shot right there.
That's a really fun
That was a really good shot.
That's a good control.
That was a good shot by Benny.
Chris Lee was more caveman style. Loved it hard. He made it.
Caveman style works though.
But Benny, yeah, right now those two guys they're very comfortable. They're very, very confident in their play right now. I think this is 4 times now. I think it's 4 times.
It didn't like sit in like a good spot for Chris though.
And the bad thing is he basically almost got away with it. I think he can cut this. But
you think he cut that? I would back cut that.
This is. Yeah.
I might actually safety
you cut in the other corner. I would cut it. It's not an easy cut though. He sold out.
No. Yeah, okay. That kind of worked out.
Yeah, no.
Left him a cut.
No, Benny makes this one.
Without scratching?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
Yeah, he's probably going to put a little outside and have to go between the side and the corner.
Glenn said, skills in MMA and boxing are so different.
No, that's
not.
What did I tell you?
That's good.
That's a hanger for Benny. There's no amount of commentary I can do that's going to make him miss that ball. We like shooting balls like that. I don't know if you've watched much of the Predator series events.
No.
You know when they do the shootout at the end,
Mm-hmm.
when they play tin ball, and then after each person wins a set, then you do a shootout, a single ball shootout. So you're shooting the 10. And so basically, they put the 10 ball where the 10 ball would be in the rack. So you're not putting the 10 ball on the spot. You're putting it under the spot where the 10. So basically, where the 10 ball is right now. They marked at the table where the 10 ball is now, and they would just shoot, that shot as a shootout. And you could tell the pros that's been do nothing but shoot that shot until it's, and those guys will hit that every time with confidence. Yeah, I think I've counted 5 times so that I've made a compliment to the player and they immediately missed it. It should be a good shot.
Yeah.
It's life of a commentator.
The life of Michael.
Yeah. I just don't know why it doesn't work in real life, when you're walking down the street and like, hey girl, you'd never go at me, and she's like, well, all right, we're going out.
We're going out now. Let's go.
That doesn't happen for some reason. It only works against other people. It doesn't ever work in my favor.
Kind of interesting.
I'm assuming he was playing safe like that.
Yeah, that's a good shot though. Well, it's kind of like to line up on the 2 off the shot, but I'll probably still take it.
Yeah.
I could do more with the 2.
I'm confused by that. Just right. Video. Most the only idea was just to get the cube on the corner.
Well, that was a good shot.
That was a really good shot.
Maybe since it's 23-8, maybe he's just like, fuck it.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell what people's thinking when you get into these situations.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this. From what I know of Chris Delee, this is basically where he's going to 3. When he does have a good lead and he's feeling comfortable and he's feeling he's just... Yeah, you're going to see him playing. He's still going to overhit balls. I don't have to tell you. Chris Delee is still going to overhit balls. That's what he does.
You gotta stop saying it. He's gonna mess something up every time you say something.
I told you early on in this match he's going to be overhitting balls. He's not.
Oh, he used English on that. He up on the 5.
The man doesn't have that touch. It doesn't. He just doesn't. That's probably the softest he can hit a ball. I don't know. Where's Chris? If he listens, Chris Delee knows I'm joking. Seriously, you guys get that.
Until he figured it out.
All right.
Oh, that 7 and that 10 are
I know.
nice on each other.
I'm not sure the 7 isn't wired though. I think you can actually go and hit it with some draw and throw it in the corner pretty easily.
I think so. I think you're right.
Pretty easily. But that ball's going to get broken up beforehand. That ball might get broken up now.
Shoot the 3 into it.
Shoot the 3 in the corner. Cue ball goes into it. If the cue ball didn't hit the 9 ball, it probably would have gone into it broken up. Instead,
a safety.
He stars lined up for him. Of course, this is also the point where I figure more people will start getting in the chat. Things are looking like they feel like they're drawing to an end. That does not surprise me. Chris does seem to be the type that...
yeah, 3 and 5 people's fun. Jesus Christ, Kevin.
So, that reminds me, speaking of Homer, I was playing the tournament in Homer, and I want to say that we were getting close to the hot seat. And I was playing this kid, and when I say kid, he's probably 16 years old, and you might know who he is by me describing him. I don't know. I didn't know him that well. He's not like a super great player, but he's not a bad player. He's a good player. But he's learning. So I don't know what compelled him, but he decided that he was just going to 3-foul me. At some point in the rack, he decided that he is just going to 3-foul me. And he kept trying to, hide me and hug me, and he did a good job, but I got out of him. And I just got to the point that I just got sick of it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to start playing safe on him and end up 3-5 him out of the game. It's like, you know what? If you're going to do it, I'm going to do it back to you, and I'm going to do it right. And I usually don't like playing 3 fouls that much. I mean, but if you're going to just start playing safe on me, it's like, all right, it's time to put a little spanking on you.
Yeah, he just wanted a 3-5 you, man. You just
I know.
ruined his hopes and dreams.
That'd be like, okay.
Oof, Jamey missed that. That's a straight in shot. Jeff said that he's ready to get back out there. Hey, Jeff, we have a guy that's looking for a match.
He just said, okay, it won't be one of these horses.
It won't be one of these.
Huh?
Somebody else.
Somebody earlier in the chat.
Yeah, somebody earlier in the chat. They were looking for a match. I don't understand. Nothing wrong with it.
Mm-mm.
You can do whatever you
Ain't got no gas in it.
bump into it. If you want to go buy it and get on the other side, you can.
What did, we missed something here.
What?
Something there. Okay, never mind. Nah, they're in there.
Yeah, it's not doing good.
Yeah, but that scores. You didn't miss the score change, did you?
Was it?
You didn't miss the score change, did you?
I don't think so.
Okay. You guys in chat, you guys know scores right?
Should be right.
Yeah, Jeff. Sure, it's definitely fair. Don't worry about that.
Fair.
It's gonna throw a little bit. I would call it right there.
He's still looking for a match though. Whatever you want to play for.
But he only wants to play a tournament. He doesn't want a gamut.
Yeah, 1 versus 1 tournament.
Yeah, he's just 2-man tournaments.
I would love to do 1 pocket matches, but yeah, we'll do them if people want to.
Yeah, if anybody requests it, if people sign up for it, we'll definitely. I would love to commentate on 1 pocket.
Me too, actually. That would be actually a lot of fun for us. Because
The-
then we get to talk shit the whole time.
The issue with this table is it is 5-inch pockets
Yeah.
that play a little soft, and so a lot of the good 1 pocket players would rather play on a tighter table. They a looser table like this. But that's not to say that if you know somebody who's wanting to do it, we'll be more than happy to host it, and I would love to commentate. Chris,
Yeah.
John here would enjoy it.
You just can't eject balls out of the pockets as easy.
Yeah, and some balls will bake a little bit easier. So that is a illegally pocketed ball. So now Benny has the option of shooting where it is or making them shoot again. I can't imagine he would give this back though.
Yeah.
But he does give it back.
Maybe.
He does give it back to Jamey. So we'll see what Jamey does with it. I just think the safety. There's too many good safes here. Maybe. Okay, he's going to play the bank, so maybe he just knows Jamey's game. He's going to bet on the fact that Jamey doesn't make the bank, and he doesn't, and that he will end up.
Safe.
That's close.
Yeah, but it's still safe.
Yeah, that's not quite cuttable. And welcome, Chris. Welcome to the chat.
Yeah, welcome.
Where do you hail from, Chris?
It's from Macon,
Is he from Macon? Okay.
I think. I could be wrong.
When your boys down in Macon.
Not my boy.
Or Kevin O'Neill going back says the score's right.
That was right. Told you I had it up to date. Will always doubt me.
Yeah, we have a monitor here.
I think
We had a monitor here that was going a little goofy, so it didn't make a lot of sense.
Oh yeah.
So he does play the bank, and he comes up. Man, we got a safety game with these 2 balls.
Kinda.
Well, safety battle.
If Rollator sponsors his entry fee, I don't think Rollator is going to sponsor this one. I think you're in your own on this one.
I mean, you might be able to find some sponsorship. I like to be neutral in these things.
That's true.
By neutral.
In my pocket.
That's not to say anything but you, Joe.
David was the one looking for a match.
Mr. Moore was
Mr.
looking.
Moore.
So,
Do you know David? Jeff knows David, right?
Jeff knows David.
Okay.
And if Jeff doesn't know David, then he will know David. Well, I'm pretty sure Jeff knows David.
It was good having Jeff down here for a match though. That was a lot of fun, man. It's nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Hey, seemed like a good dude.
That was a fine shot.
That was a really good shot.
Nice shot, man.
That was a hell of a shot, buddy. Came on the post.
I was told to watch the dog run in one time.
Yeah.
David Moore, I may donate. 24.
Thank you, sir.
We are on a hill.
And we are at 4 hours and 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So,
4 hours and 40 minutes.
yeah, 4 hours. So imagine Jamey and Chris making a
Scotch, man. Scotch doubles for you.
making a 13 game run here and getting it to 21 to 24. How long would that take?
I mean, I'm down for it.
Oh yeah,
We're here.
Let's go. Let's
We're here. I might have to go get an energy drink at some point or some coffee, but I'm here. Let's go.
Yeah, Benny made a really good shot to get on that symbol though.
Yeah, he did. He made a good shot. They seem like they're both playing really good. Oh, Chris says he plays out of Moonshiners. Okay. Ooh, my bad.
Well, which moonshiners? There's multiple. Multiple.
Now, how do you feel?
Want some moonshine?
Does it do anything?
Well, there's 2 moonshiners right now.
I just want some moonshine. I don't want to go to Moonshiners.
The cloth with the break. The double cloth, the loose cloth. Alright, great.
I don't think.
Uh,
I played up in.
Glenn,
What is it?
it's good to have dreams.
They make you work-
I hope you reach your dream.
Oh, there you go. Oh, the A-ball got right in the way. Jerry, I'm definitely interested in playing in the near future. Well, Jeff Cena is looking for a match.
Yeah.
It gives it.
I don't. Hello, Jerry. I don't know if I know you or not. Maybe I do.
Or David Moore. David Moore is also looking for. We have several people looking for matches.
You can't. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Or it's, you go too high.
I'm trying to think.
My wife actually had a match coming up here.
I'm trying to think if I think should or no, or did it fall through?
I don't know.
Trying to remember if I've been to the Brazelton one. I've gone to one of them a few times, but I can't remember if it's Brazelton or the other one.
Very nice try.
That's safe, or is that not safe?
I think it's the other one. I don't think I've been to the one at Brazelton. I need to go by. We need to think of a trip.
I'm down.
It's a good night to go up there. Good night to
Can't be any further than that last place.
yeah. It's a good night for either tournaments or a good night for somebody being around who might be interested in mini tournaments.
Yeah, nobody wanted to play us in mini tournaments last time. That's bullshit. What did I tell that guy?
Okay. Okay, so I definitely have been there because the moonshiners I've been to only had, well, they didn't have any diamonds.
I play there Thursdays.
So, I mean, I don't want to show up, like if I show up Thursday, I don't want to show up just to watch a bunch of league players play pool and then go home.
Yeah,
I want to be able to play. I mean, I want to be able to play. Now, if there's, tables open at a certain time and then, there's ways of playing, then yeah, I might be interested, but
Maybe Jeff is saying that he'll play against you.
possibly. Grayson has 4 tables. Yeah, I think Grayson's the one I've been to. I don't think I've been to one in Brazelton.
Is he going for the A-ball here?
I thought 4 tables, but maybe not.
Three-ball combo would be
Maybe,
kinda cool.
maybe they only have 4 tables. Okay.
Look at this. Look at this. I want you to look.
Oh, he's going for the 10.
Good job.
That's not bad. Yeah. When you're putting the match to bed, quick way to put it to bed, that's not a bad shot.
Yeah. I would have put it to bed.
I've had a good time regardless.
So,
Ain't you?
yeah.
You can make the 8 right here, I think.
Hey, I like the
Maybe.
environment, so we can do anything else.
Eight in the corner.
Yeah, I mean, we can find a table on Monday. What's the question is, there's going to be even play up there.
Yeah, it's not about finding a table.
Yeah. I mean, if it's just a matter of us hitting pool balls on the table, we can do that here.
And that one,
Wednesdays, UPA.
yeah. I thought it had to be 2 minutes and see what I-
Got it.
Shot.
Did we call it 8-ball?
Yeah, he did.
Then that was a hell of a shot. Oh,
Come on, two
It is
ball.
going to get nasty. Not bad as it could have been.
Unsafe.
This is not a happy place to be in this situation.
I
There is a nice safety you can play, but it's a little touchy.
What do you think, shoot safe?
You could go balls out and play the combination.
If it's an easy safe, shoot safe.
Safe.
Does it go behind the
I
seven?
don't think Jamie called a pocket, but now he's playing the safe.
Or not.
Yeah, like I said, that safety is so touchy. You got to hit that ball really full, which I don't know if you can hit it full and stick it to that free ball.
Yeah, it didn't look like it.
And I'm gonna watch Chris Delee size up this shot. Watch a little head bobbling. Ear poking. Head bobbling, ear poking. He's confounded. Not sure what he wants to do with this.
Just draw back, shoot the through ball on the side.
You're drawing anything back here. You are jacked up on that ball.
Nah, I'm not jacked up on it. You stretched it out. I bet you ain't like that. You got, because you got the angle.
No, I can see it.
Okay, he's got the extension now.
I'm afraid that the cue ball's gonna hit the 5.
Extendo cue.
And the 2 ball's gonna
Do you guys are you guys over there on weekends? Do you know if there's anybody over there to play on weekends in Brazelton?
about 2. How's that?
Well, I can give him a shot on it.
Yeah. 2 ball in the corner.
Are you guys never there on weekends? So what's it like in Brazelton on weekends?
I can't reach the ball too.
Yeah, it makes
All right.
Wait,
Well, this is it should be a pretty routine safe here. You can hit this ball with a lot of top roll it up.
They kind of have.
I don't think you like the 5. I think you can just roll it out.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, roll the cue up onto the 5. It should go past the 5, but you don't want to hit it so hard it goes.
It's all right.
3 goes past the 5.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, that's gonna be a little difficult, but I don't think the cue ball is gonna make it to the 5. No one
Do it a
break.
little further up, though.
I don't know if I'm
It will. But it's gotta be hit perfect.
But once again, we're not here to play safe.
But I
Yeah,
have
yeah, so-
he's got it pretty much.
I should bank it. Bank it, draw back, shoot the 4, 10. Quarter.
I mean, oh, okay, he called the 10. I mean, you could always just cross it into the 8. That's a huge pocket for you to go in.
Well, I'm gonna move the 10 at least.
He hit that ball really hard, too. Once again, I feel like if you just hit it at the normal speed, it probably makes it.
Actually, it kind of does because you probably compressed it on the rail,
Yeah.
shortened the angle.
You brought the angle in on that. They called it. Fortunately, this leaves pretty runnable table at this point.
Yeah, I think the most balls we've seen ran has been like 6 though.
Not really.
I think so.
I feel like we've seen more, but maybe not.
It's 6 or 7 was the most that we've seen run.
But yeah, I mean, now you got an open table, you got no pressure.
Yeah, you got to put some pressure on 'em.
Yeah, there's no pressure on this out, so they just stay relaxed, look at the shots, shoot one ball at a time. Next thing you know, all the balls are gone.
We'll go on the side.
He's thinking about both the cue ball. Mesh.
Wish
You were saying?
he doesn't have a touch.
I was going to.
That might be the substance he's in, ball.
I was gonna say, I think if we had hit it harder, I think it would have been okay.
Yeah, it might have actually drawn. Or maybe it wouldn't have taken the draw so much. And that might have been the problem.
Yeah, but it would have probably
He's
skidded over.
probably so used to it skidding up because it's so hard that when he did hit a little softer, he grabbed and went straight in the pockets.
That's what it kind of seemed like.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. All right, come on, fellas. Let's get this game at least one more. Let's get a moral victory for it.
That might have been the best thing you could have done right there, for real.
You gotta be careful of the 8 ball. You don't want to hit the 8 ball, push it over towards the middle of the rail. Okay, well, that was avoided.
That's just perfect.
That's a shame.
Oh, they ran 9. 9-2. That's good.
I felt like they had a long run. You make both of them here, or you make one?
Both.
Yeah, I like making both actually. They're trying to control something. You can leave the cue ball down at the bottom of the rail.
Yeah, looks like that.
And if you don't make the boat, then that oddball ball is still there in the pocket.
Yeah, and you're also pushing them
Yeah.
a little further in.
But no, this shot's perfect for Chris. He gets to go up and down when he gets open to stroke up. Yeah. This shot's perfect for Chris. See, that's the difference. See, I'm thinking the right shot. Then he's thinking, okay, Chris Lee's my partner. What's the best shot to give him?
Chris seems like probably the better player here tonight.
He is.
Yeah.
I think so.
Too hard. Too hard. That was Lord. That was Lord. They said that was Lord.
You know, if you look at the area of the table, which you don't leave a good shot, or at least a makeable shot, that's a very small percentage of that table.
Hooked behind like a
Your partner where they have absolutely no makeable shot
for the winning
for the match.
for the whole match.
That's amazing. That is
How did he do that?
incredible amount of time. I mean, there's not enough gap for him to cut this ball. There it is. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
he cut it, I guess.
There was enough gap to get
That's
that
kinda
ball.
surprising.
That is crazy. He spun the shit out of that ball. If you look at the cue ball, he spun the shit out of that.
He must have or something.
All right,
He spun it though when it came off the rail. So we must have had a gap.
he had ball left because it hit the rail and then really kicked out. If you would, I don't know if you can go back and line a little bit.
Why didn't you try that shot at the end?
He couldn't have had left on that though. If he would have had left on that, it would have been a double hit.
No, he's hitting it with outside.
No, you have to hit that with inside.
I still can't play Lord.
We can't go back on it.
I can't. You probably twice. Well, yeah.
I can't.
You have to hit it with inside though, if you don't want a double kiss on that. For sure. But anyways, thanks for joining us, everybody. We
Yes.
appreciate it. My name is John. This is Michael. We'll be here next time. Peace.